America.
You never mentioned the Middle East. I don't know. Why do I join you every week?
Racist.
Fuck the Middle East. See, I'm a Trump supporter. Morning, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Or at least, you know, whatever time of day you've got right now. Happy brunch to whoever's sort of like, I don't know, stuck in the Atlantic. But anyway, it's going to be... We're going to have a few more guests coming in very soon. We've got Habib, Focus Break, and Brad Glasgow, our early birds. But we've got a few more guests that are just getting themselves into some warm pajamas and grabbing a cup of wake-up juice. And they'll be along shortly. We're going to everybody. Good afternoon.
I'm here enough at the beginning that I'm basically just a co-host.
Yeah, you're the co-host.
Ouch.
That, or I'm just the guy who fucks everything up. I like being that guy too.
You're the guy who stops the conversation halfway through and everyone's like, what are you saying? But anyway.
Exactly.
Just for you guys, you've got the side chat here for you, so you can have a look at it. That's the chat, obviously, for the YouTube channel itself. So,
all right.
Our listening guests can hear. Hulkmania is running wild, brother. Indeed, brother. Let's get you guys up and running as well. Ever since I've been trying to sort of like get this channel sorted out so that I can have everything sort of like working and automated straight away. One thing that's been sort of not working out very well is the chat for the guys here, because you have to sort of have the YouTube program, or at least the web page open at the time to start the stream. And when I try and actually kick sort of like the open house sort of scenes up and running, it transmits over to that web page rather than the actual live chat. It's really very annoying. Now, for any of you listening, there may be a slight overlap of my girlfriend having a chat with her mate. Sorry, no can do. That's the way it's going to be. You're just going to have to sit there and just take it, like me. Anyway, so we just had recently, obviously, the South by Southwest business. Obviously, Brad, you being a person who likes to pay attention to things, you probably know more about this than anyone.
I don't know if I know more about it, but I know a little bit about it.
I said probably. I did say probably. I did want to qualify that.
That's true.
So what did you thought about events?
Yeah, I'm actually looking into the costs associated with this event. I contacted Austin City Police, and they say that the police that were provided for the event are actually hired privately through South by Southwest. So I'm probably not going to be able to find the exact amount that these guys were paid, but I know if they were to have gone through the Austin City Council to hire police to provide protection for their event, it would have cost them $63 an hour per cop.
What, per person or?
Yeah, per cop that provided security.
Wait, cops get paid that much? Why aren't they rich?
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't actually receive the $63.
Oh.
You know, probably half goes to the cops and whatever. But they provided something like
Cops are grumpy.
Yeah, there's some reports of like 10 cops there at the online harassment portion. So
they made up the majority of the audience then.
That was exactly, that was an all-day event. So that was, you can see it. That was a pretty expensive thing for South by Southwest, especially when you put in the fees for, I believe it was at the Hyatt Hotel and the streaming and that it was an expensive event, and it was what I would call it. I was considering writing an article on it, but I don't think, well, since I'm a freelancer, people aren't exactly looking for hot takes from freelancers. But I was calling it Randy Harper's failed South by Southwest summit because she took credit for it a couple times. One, I don't know, people might have seen on my Twitter where I said, "Hey, did you guys see that part where Randy said that she manipulated the media?" She said something about, "I have orchestrated the media for this South by Southwest thing," and then on her Twitter, when she got back, she said, she kind of puffing her chest up and said, if you come after her, she turns bad things into good things, and if you harass her, she creates this harassment summit. So she basically took credit for it. And from what I've heard, other people have said that, you know, she did help organize it. So my feeling is that she needs to take a whole lot of the blame for its failure.
Oh, no. That's not how this works. You take credit for successes, you blame someone else for failures.
No, could you at least outline what you consider to be its failure here?
Its failure is that it was hardly attended at all. There's no one there, essentially. I mean, 20, 30, 40 people, whatever. And half of them are reporters. So the public,
hoping to pick up some trouble.
Yeah, the public was not interested. BuzzFeed and Vox both threatened to boycott South by Southwest if this summit didn't happen. And as far as I can tell, BuzzFeed did not run a single article about this summit. Vox did run an article which said that it proves that men just ignore women because no one attended, which is kind of funny.
That's the only spin they could get on it, I suppose.
Yeah, so it's looking to me like people were not interested in this, and it does suck that this was well away from the main event at South by Southwest, but
they didn't want a bomb threat shutting down the entire conference.
Well, true, but that doesn't matter where they have
helped their cause, really, if anything.
No, but yeah, that it was a failure because no one was interested. If you look at Gamergate, the main anti-Gamergate subreddit, there wasn't hardly a word about this whole summit, the online harassment summit. There was a whole lot more from Gamergate on the Gamergate panel, which I'm calling the Gamergate panel, even though it was not really a Gamergate panel.
Well, this was an interesting twist on this particular thing, because this was somewhat of a rip-roaring success by comparison, from rumours told, at least. I mean, do you know much about this one, Brad? I mean, inform me. Imagine I'm an idiot.
Save Point, you mean?
Yes, Save Point.
I would not call that a success. Because, again, it was not well attended. And
see, I heard rumors different, so I'm ill-informed at this point, yes?
From the reporters I've heard from, they've said between 30, or what was it, 30? Yeah, 30 and 40 people.
So essentially comparable to what was going on with this harassment panel. Yes.
And there were very, very few articles about it, of course, which is no surprise. And it was not live streamed for some reason. I don't understand why all the panels were not live streamed. I mean, it's current year, so they should be live streaming this stuff. So, what's the guy's name? Omar Galaga or something was a reporter. He did write an article on it, which I thought was fair. He called it a dumpster fire, which is a little eccentric, but I can forgive that in a title. And
well, obviously he's certainly pushing metaphor there. Why would he have considered it a dumpster fire exactly?
Well, he's considering the whole thing, the whole Gamergate mess, the online harassment summit, and this.
Oh, he's still locked into that narrative, is he? Oh, poor lad.
Well, he's just calling the whole thing, everything, a dumpster fire. You know, which I can empathize with, because if it's an outsider looking in on the thing, especially if someone's not a gamer, they're not going to understand what the hell's going on.
Hmm.
And this guy actually, he did provide pretty fair coverage, as fair as you can pretty much expect. So that's a point for him.
So he calls it a dumpster fire and then goes on to be nice and fair.
Yeah, exactly.
How weird.
Yeah, the dumpster fire was in the title of the article. So
Maybe,
I can understand that, because trying to draw people into it. But
maybe he's sort of like saying to those, look, these the sort of people who are going to say, oh, it's a dumpster fire, brilliant, yeah, let's go and read this, it's going to be awful, and they're going to go, yeah, it's not as bad as you think.
Yeah. He was impressed with the organizer. Is it Perry Jones? I'm bad with names. I'll have to look it up.
We all are, Brad. We've got to that age at this point.
Yeah. He was very impressed with the presentation of the panel. He thought it was run very well. But Lynn Walsh didn't really talk much specifics. There weren't many specifics. Other people said that too, that they didn't go into specifics. They didn't. Someone really went after him. I forget who it was. Said that they didn't offer any concrete evidence of any journalist wrongdoing, which I thought was dumb, because, well, hey, just take a look at Deep Freeze and you'll see it to your heart's content. So that was the Gamergate panel, the online harassment summit. The first panel I saw was the Brianna Wu summit with Shireen Mitchell, Shireen Mitchell's making the claim that she's a target of Gamergate. She also made the claim
Who is this?
Shireen Mitchell.
Yeah, exactly. Who is this?
That's what everyone I've talked to has said. Who? Shireen Mitchell. She is making the claim that she was a target of Gamergate after, because she was part of the original panel with Randy Harper. So once that original panel went up, she says that's when the harassment came. And she said that the Save Point panel is giving a stage to her harassers. Of course, you guys know about the Mercedes Carrera stuff as well, don't you? That she was basically no platformed.
Yeah.
Almost.
I believe that I'm not 100% sure on what was going on here, but I believe that they were basically asking her to basically
delete some tweets.
Yeah, delete some tweets, otherwise she wouldn't be allowed on a panel.
Yeah.
And that was the ruling for them, exactly. It seems like a rather sort of trappy thing to do, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
It's sort of like, hey, you're a free speech advocate. Okay, how can we get rid of you? Oh, I know. I'm going to give you some arbitrary ruling that basically I'm asking you to go completely against your principles. That should work.
Yeah. And what Randy Harper said was that people are accusing her of trying to silence Mercedes, and Randy Harper's justification, she said, no, I'm not trying to silence her. I'm just trying to get South by Southwest to follow their own code of conduct. And their code of conduct doesn't have anything about saying mean tweets to people who aren't even there at the South by Southwest summit, because Randy Harper wasn't even there at the time that
I mean, as far as
when
I've met
Mercedes Carrera was there.
I've met Mercedes. Yeah, she's a lovely lady. She certainly doesn't pull any punches when it comes to the conversation, and I can certainly respect that. I don't necessarily agree with everything that she has to say, but then again, nobody does. I mean, otherwise they'd be her. Mm-hmm. And I mean, this is I am aghast these days that people are so unconfident in their own positions that they have to sabotage somebody in order to shut them up. I mean,
Yep.
how you remember?
Exactly.
Yeah, you remember the creationist debates.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I actually, if you guys saw me, I sent a message to Derek Smart today because he is an old internet standby. He was involved in some very epic flame wars, and my question to him for my book is, how is the internet and gaming culture different now than it was in the past? My theory is that in the past, on Usenet and some of the old sites, we had these epic flame wars that just were brutal. I mean, I remember a guy on the Old Man Murray website saying, this is a classic where he says, "Let me talk about my penis for a moment and how much I really want to put it up your, you know what."
Up your
To
new,
this-
you know what? So you've gone with penis, fine, but then when you're stuffing it into something, you're you know whatting.
Yeah.
I think you're cessating your freedom of speech here. Speak it out, Brad. You know,
Well,
don't be afraid. You're in a safe
he was
space
talking
here.
about raping this kid up the butt.
Nice.
It was graphic and comical because he wrote it in a very comical fashion, and it wasn't a true threat whatsoever. Yet no one thought that he was actually talking about he wanted to rape him or anything.
Yeah, he was just trying to basically just.
It was
wind
a
him up,
flame. It was a flame war, and that's not something that we can do nowadays. It appears. If that guy wrote that today, he would have the police at his door.
Yeah, and we have an interesting comment from Semtex here. Anus. Thank you, Semtex.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of anus.
You're not.
I'm not a fan of
You
Uranus.
You heard it here first, folks. Brad Glasgow is not a fan of anus. Right.
Sodomy. Yes, thank you,
Yes.
Brian Murphy. Sodomy.
Anyway, Aaron, how you doing?
I am waking up at the moment.
I'm sorry. I'm ever so sorry. This is the only way we can get our time zones to coalesce.
It's perfectly fine. I'm actually I'm in a different time zone than I'm used to. I'm actually in Texas for a convention where I'm hosting a gaming journalism panel and a Gamergate panel. So,
Aaron, why
that.
don't you introduce yourself, seeing as you've got a completely naked Google Plus account here?
My name is Aaron Pabone. I am the managing editor and lead anchor for Game Journalism Network,
which you should all subscribe to.
Yes, please. I would love subscribers for various reasons.
Least of all for his lovely beard.
I haven't even fixed this up this morning.
It dances around beautifully when he's talking. It's amazing. It's like it's enchanting.
A lot of people have been calling me the American Sargon, and I'm like, no. There's a difference of opinion there.
You don't have the beard for that.
No, not at that caliber.
Exactly.
I'm also the person who is in charge of running Airplay2. I'm also going to be the moderator for Airplay2 as well.
Excellent. And we should be having No Nonsense Nicole, or AKA
Nicole's son, yeah.
Yeah,
Cult of
Vivian on her way in soon, so we can sort of like bring the discussion towards that a little bit more. I take it you've probably been paying attention to the South by Southwest business, yes?
Actually, I have been. It was kind of something I was in the middle of, because I was at another convention last weekend, and it's very weird to be at one convention that I really enjoy being at, and watching everything that's been going on at another event. It's very different for me. But yeah, I was watching it, going through Twitter, looking at the feeds. I was watching some of the people who've been uploading the videos for that, which was great on them because. Without those videos, we would have no idea what's actually been going on and whatnot. So, and that's really great to see.
Brad felt it was a bit of a damp squib.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
A damp squib.
Is that like British talk?
No. It's a firework colloquialism. It's basically when one doesn't go off.
I'm just making fun of British people, as I promised on my tweeter.
Damn you, Glasgow!
Don't worry.
You're right.
Canadian.
It was a total damn squib. Yes, it was a failure, complete failure,
Wow.
in my view. Although President Obama did speak about it a little bit. He just kind of mentioned it.
No. Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, the first panel with Brianna Wu was talking about. It was basically talking about their experiences. Randy Harper criticized them immediately for not offering any solutions. It was kind of funny. Randy Harper came back from South by Southwest and immediately, first she lied about me with that lie, and then she ripped into Brianna Wu.
Oh, dear.
She ripped Brianna Wu, said, made fun of her talking about when Brianna said she was the Godzilla of feminism. And she said they should have offered solutions.
Well, yeah, there is certainly competition of whether which one of those two is the Godzilla of feminism. Surely,
yeah.
I suspect she's easily could have had that title. Yes, Randy, it's
I thought she was
due to your fat slob
of feminism.
But anyway, no,
Yeah.
we won't get personal. That's where Randy goes.
Yes.
You know.
They said that, and they said in some of the reports that this wasn't a panel about Gamergate, and that they didn't want to talk about Gamergate, but they mentioned Gamergate 20, 30 times or so.
But this is the obsession, you see.
This is that panel was. There were some interesting. As I was saying with Brianna Wu's sci-fi show, it's good to have her speak, and so I want everyone just to lay out their deal, whatever they think, and then you can talk to people, So I think that's good, but
I think it's rather sad that, and I see this from both sides of this particular thing. I was very much in the start of Gamergate and saw sort of like what was going on. I've had people coming in, people going out, and things like that. And there are two camps that I really have trouble with, and they both essentially echo the same thing, but just from different sides of this particular fence. One of them is sitting there saying Gamergate is responsible for everything, and the other side is saying everything is Gamergate related.
Yeah. Well, yeah. One of my arguments is that a lot of people need Gamergate. It's fun for them. It is something they can latch onto.
Mm.
It
was a big movement. It made some headway. It actually tried to do what it said it wanted to do. And people have kind of gone, oh, well, I want a bit of this, I want a bit of that, I want that in my corner of the world. It's like, well, then go and do it. You don't need us to do it for you.
Yeah. Now, the second panel that they had live streamed, they had, 15 panels, and a few of them were live streamed.
Were all the panels the same subject matter, or were they all different panels?
No, they're all different. Well, it was all online harassment. But the second panel was pretty impressive. That's the one where they had Facebook and Google bigwigs, very important people from Facebook and Google, who were very relevant to this whole harassment thing. And they also had lawyer for the ACLU and the Anti-Defamation League. So it was much more of a free speech. People.
Oh yes, the Anti-Defamation League. They're big proponents of free speech.
Well, the ACLU lawyer, of course, she was very good. She was talking about how the answer to bad speech is more speech. And they also had a guy on there. What was his name? Jeffrey Rosen? Something Rosen. He was very interesting. He's I think he's a lawyer, a very smart guy, very qualified to speak on this, and his argument was by far the most interesting of the day. Is he's saying that these restrictions on the internet are a result of the Europeanization of the internet, such as the French right to be forgotten. And his view is that to have a free internet, we need American First Amendment imperialism to take over the internet. He didn't get into much of his argument, though, unfortunately.
Is this the America that's trying to force Apple to share their backcode?
Here's
That's
the thing
sort of
on that.
American
That's
imperialism.
specifically, that's specifically a couple of agencies, yes, that are in America, but it's not all of America that wants that, because if you ask a lot of politicians, they're actually against it.
Yeah. And I'm once again echoing the same thing when it comes to France. Just because it's a French law. Yeah, that doesn't mean that everyone in France is like, oh yeah, perfect. No. There's a lot of people saying that's bullshit, and I mean,
right.
I mean, and it's also never worked out at all, because it's like anyone who basically applies for the legal right to be forgotten gets an article about them applying for the legal right to be forgotten.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, his view is the right to be forgotten is just one example of his Europeanization of the internet thing.
It's a bullshit argument.
Well, I don't know. I wish he could have gone into a lot more detail about it, because that's basically all he said about that. I'm hoping to interview him at some point, probably after my book is over. So, we'll see.
Interesting to note, obviously I was just happening across the whole Apple debate and things like that, and there's a lot of people that are sitting there and basically kind of going, well done Apple, stick it to the man, you're there for like free speech and privacy and all this sort of thing, and I'm sitting there kind of going, yeah, you guys want to think that Apple are doing this for the reasons of basically, oh yeah, we're here to protect, and no, they're there to protect their bottom line. If everybody knew that the government had access to their phone, I mean,
people would stop buying their phone.
Sorry?
If everybody knew they had access to their phone, everybody would stop buying their phone.
Ask BlackBerry. Oh, you can't.
Especially people from other countries.
Sure.
So yeah. I mean, it's bad enough that they're able to intercept and things like that, but if they were able to just simply just open people's phones, then nobody would use it anymore.
Yeah. And then getting back to South by Southwest, the very interesting thing was the Randy Harper panel, which I thought would have been the most interesting from the Gamergate perspective, was not live streamed, even though they said it would be. They instead went with this panel that they had where they were talking about the importance of community managers, which I didn't watch because I don't give a shit about community managers.
Whoa, Sean Allen wouldn't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
I should get him in here right now and just fucking take a giant shit on you. Community managers don't matter, motherfucker. I believe he's doing World of Warships at the moment, community manager for that.
World of Warships?
Yeah.
Huh, never heard of it.
Well, he's not very good then. Actually, it's not bad. I actually quite enjoy that game.
So after South by Southwest, as I said, there's very little media coverage of what they did. The people that they would speak to, Gamergate, you got to think, Gamergate is the audience for these people. And that's why it's important that no one in Gamergate said a damn word about the online harassment summit.
They don't give a shit about online harassment.
That was a reasonable conclusion. They did talk about the there was an American Olympic fencer who had a hijab, who they asked her to take it off. Security asked her to take it off.
Hijab, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, because I got a little confused. What's IG? It's fine.
Thank you, our Saudi Arabian consultant.
Yes. And she.
Yeah, hold on. The person had to take off their hijab. Were they asked to do this in a public area, or were they pulled to a private area and asked to do this?
I don't know. I believe it was a public area because I think they were checking where they check IDs.
Okay,
So
and this is where I respect the TSA more, because in this situation, like going through airports and whatnot, they at least pull you to a private room to do that.
Yeah.
I
I don't know. Even if they did, the end result of it was that it was a bit of a. It was quite a bit of a controversy there, and South by Southwest did apologize for it. Pretty quickly.
I just feel like the understanding the volatility of Gamergate, security and all that stuff. I mean, it's something we have to deal with for Airplay2, but I feel that was a little bit too ridiculous, especially for South by Southwest, because they already have. I haven't been to South by Southwest. I have friends who've been to South by Southwest, and usually they already have police over there like nothing. So I feel like this was an extra unnecessary step.
Yeah.
Well, this is the thing, you see, is that it's the fear of the possibility that is completely outweighed by the actual possibility.
Right.
Yeah.
And
there were a couple articles that talked about the security. They said nothing really happened. There were no protests. There were no one speaking out. There was no danger. They spoke about it like they were surprised, and that's obviously they don't.
I would say more disappointed.
Yeah, it's possible disappointment, or they don't understand Gamergate, because that's not. As long as the danger is in the fake bomb threats that are phoned from anonymous sources.
I would assume that recently, or at least over the last few months or whatever like that.
By the way, I'll be right back, and I can hear you guys. But
No worries, Aaron. Grab a cup of coffee, mate. I would say recently that interest from, let's say, third parties and people who just want to basically just, oh, look, there's some people that are giving attention to this particular thing. I'll jump in and fuck it about. All of that sort of thing. I think that sort of attention has died down somewhat. I think they're finding that Gamergate just isn't as fun as it used to be for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm feeling that the more serious players are really just kind of going, carrying on through it until this lot get bored of us.
Yeah, well, I also know that there are a lot of editors out there who will not talk about Gamergate unless they absolutely have to. Because they want it to die, so and they think that will do it.
Oh, just for you editors out there, and you will be listening to this eventually. It's not going anywhere. It might not be full of people that you can scream about and say, "Oh, look, trolls," but yeah, it's not going anywhere. It's just those who actually. It's like with any movement or any sort of group of people that come together, you get this initial jump of people. Is this Aaron's thing going on now? I'm just going to mute him for now. There we go. You get this initial jump of interest. A lot of people come and join the bandwagon for a while, and then it all sort of dies down a little bit. Doesn't go away, it's just the people who are actually interested, the people who actually want to do something and make something positive of it, they're the ones still hanging on and hanging in.
Yeah.
And that's actually where, I think, more than anything else, the actual serious stuff gets done. Talking of which... Greetings, Nicole. You need to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello,
I made
welcome. Welcome, darling.
Hi, everyone.
So
hey.
To any of you that aren't aware of this is obviously Cult of Vivian under her new guise. Or is this your original
Obviously.
guise?
I'm hiding myself. Yeah. Well, it's not quite my original guise, but it's closer to the original than it was.
Now with added nonsense?
Yes. Now with added science.
So I believe the Airplay2 thing has now been fully funded, hasn't it?
Yeah. That was actually I got a couple of alerts to my phone, this morning, which actually beat my alarm clock, and I'm not mad. So that
Based
was nice to
Parrot
see.
says hi, Nicole. Nightmare Near Fumo Kano says hi, Nicole. Brian Murphy says hi, Nicole. Your fans have arrived.
Is it really fully? Is it fully funded now? Like
Yeah,
on the
we have-
GoFundMe and everything?
The GoFundMe says we have $5,300 out of
Oh my
5,000.
gosh!
Yeah.
It's too early for this.
You're good to go.
Awesome.
I had to say I didn't think it was going to happen.
You know, a lot of people did. A lot of people said the same thing.
It's been a slow process.
Yeah, I was. Even if we didn't make the funding, there was a good chance that Airplay 2 was still going to happen, with or without the money. It probably wouldn't have the same caliber of people there, but it would still be happening.
So I'm really glad to obviously, you know, Airplay, the original one, I believe sort of like was a very good success.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I felt was really disappointing was the lack of journalistic response afterwards, because you would think that I would have honestly thought that journalists would have jumped on top of this, because this is a journalism event and something happens at this journalism event and no one's reporting on it. And I'm not just saying this as a journalist, I'm even saying this from an outside point of view, like, why was no journalist reporting on this except for like the handful that did? So
it's introspection, isn't it?
yeah.
It's not easy enough to write about. And Dave Lee from the BBC kind of made this point too with the South by Southwest. He said people were asking him why aren't you writing an article about SavePoint, and his response is, well, what the hell would the headline be? There's nothing to latch on to. There's no story there. So there's no, you know, you need to make a headline before you get an article.
So the fact that the history behind SavePoint has got no validity at all, you know, the fact
not
that
in an
you've
article.
had
I mean, you're not going to have an
who was-
article about the history.
Sorry?
You're not going to get an article saying, oh, here's the history of a panel, and then they had the panel, and they said, you know, some things in the panel. You know, no, you need a headline like, oh, they're announcing they're going to harass these women.
Yeah, well, that's what we're talking about here at this point. Yeah, is that he's basically kind of going, yeah, I'd write about this, but there's nothing clickbaity enough about it.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's...
Who would have thought that somebody wouldn't want to write about a panel that's really sick and tired of really bad journalists?
Big surprise! Big surprise!
Yeah.
I mean, this is what we're always talking about. It's like, yeah, you know what? Reporting the news is pretty boring. It's just information.
No,
Please bore me. I just want the information. I'll make up my own mind. I'll make up my own little conspiracy theories. Thanks.
That's why I've always said that Gamergate needs the PR to fight the PR war a little bit smarter and make up these flashy events or make up these headlines for these reporters. Basically, do their job for them. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even in the earlier days, we were saying to them that there's no point trying to convince these people to behave themselves. All you can do is either replace them or outdo them. That's the job. You know, with every single thing, there's always new players coming up, and there's always old dinosaurs that need to die.
Sure.
And also pointing out the past sins, right?
Well, in many cases, I mean, if you have a look at it, it generally, from what I've seen at least, is that people can build their careers on the back of bad careers. So just by pointing out this is the bad thing, and keeping on going about that and saying this is the bad thing, that is enough to actually get yourself started. And I would say, you know, games journalism is, you know, it's getting more and more grown up every day. And I think that a lot of the games journalists out there's some of them that do, but there's a lot of them that don't really treat it with any reverence at all.
Respect.
Yeah.
Well, this is actually something that I had a very big discussion with last week. This was actually after my panel about Gamergate. We actually had a couple people during the weekend ask me, you know, why is it that there doesn't seem to be that understanding? And I think it's a firm belief that many of these quote-unquote journalists didn't actually learn journalism.
Yeah,
I think this is one of the key issues is.
well, they think that all they are really are glorified advertisers.
Yeah, well, Michael Kresge made this point too, that the ones who have covered Gamergate have always been the junior people, the technical editor, or you know, a small fry, not the big reporters, and that's
I mean,
contributed to the problem.
books get more of a look.
Sure.
When it comes to this sort of thing.
Yeah, and I was reminded of that. There was an article about Anita Sarkeesian in the LA Times. Was it last weekend or something like that? I think it was her announcement of her movie about women, and where the big draw is Anita Sarkeesian is actually going to dress up like the women, like that period, and get makeup like that period of time. Yeah. So LA Times did this fluff piece, and I looked up the reporter, and she's 21 years old.
Actually, can I just add something to that? Before that, it was actually two events, because if you remember, there was also her face on a magazine just earlier. So it was really two events pushing her new Kickstarter, you could say.
Oh, it's so sad. I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at it kind of go, bless your kids.
Dress up again.
No, this is. Do you know what I put this down to a lot of the time, Brad? Too many interns. Too many goddamn interns.
Well, I mean, she's not even funded, is she?
No,
$200,000 is a lot of money.
She is like a quarter funded, I think, or $40,000, I think,
Yeah.
and that's.
It doesn't look well.
I think somebody pointed it out that they're making it already. You know, they're already on the case producing this goddamn thing.
It's
And it's
practically
like, well,
already
they're-
made.
They're in post-production. That's
Yeah,
what it
the
is.
money
And
the
I
money
think
is
the money-
listed for post production. Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it was
true.
supposed to be for animation purposes. It was supposed to be for editing purposes and things like that. And you know, and sadly, this is where I'm never very vocal about my opinions about Anita Sarkeesian, but this is one of those situations where this seems more legitimized because she actually has the product filmed this time, and she's not like asking for the money and then filming it and then releasing it and then filming the next thing and then releasing it, which I don't know why you would ever do that in producing a web show. My logic has always been produce the content first and then edit it all, complete it all, and then release it. You know, instead of doing it one at a time, that just doesn't make any sense. Because if you were to do that with any TV show like 24, that'd be the longest friggin' show ever.
I just had a thought too. How was it produced? Like, when did she produce this? Obviously, she must have taken quite some time to do it. The question was this her own production, or did this come from I don't know which outlet, and she was just a part of it? Because if she did it last year, if she did this last year, then this means she did it with the Kickstarter money that people wanted other content for.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, she's got people, celebrities, of course, who are willing to give her money. I'm sure they're willing to get her a start. But
plus the money she's been receiving from just her appearance fees alone, $20,000 for an appearance fee. There's so many things you can do with $20,000.
She's got $500,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
I wish I could get somebody to pay me $20,000 just to show up somewhere.
They'll pay you not to show up somewhere.
I mean, that's fucking easy money right there.
I also think there is one big question mark when it comes to the kind of support that she receives, or Feminist Frequency receives via donations, because they do have a donate button on their site, and supposedly some people are financing them via that method as well. But when you take a look at the annual report that she put out, then you see that there is no mention of this money at all. Like, you only see the things that were publicly visible. Am I wrong, or should these show up? I mean, this is money going to them, right? They have to account for it.
They have to account for that, but
Right?
Is it-
It's nowhere listed. I mean, you can take my word for it and look it up, but I can tell you, I've looked at the data. I don't see it anywhere. And I would like to know, does that mean nobody is giving them any money? Because that would in turn mean that those... How much did she put into advertising herself? I think Thunderfoot mentioned, was it 20,000, 40,000, something like that was used?
40,000.
40,000 to advertise,
Yeah,
you know,
40
and
grand
then
in
nobody
fundraising for fundraising.
Yeah, and nobody is doing fundraising. Like, how does that work then?
I do know if it's a PayPal donation button.
Yeah,
they
it is.
claim that. Okay, so I just set one up a couple nights ago for my like streaming stuff, and they claim that you only have to start reporting it after you make 10 grand in donations or quote gifts, which is interesting because 10 grand is a lot of money to not be taxed on or anything like that.
For what period, though?
Yeah, I don't know.
Just in general, once you have 10 grand on your account? Oh,
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess there's got to be some sort of time limit or something to it. I didn't really look at it because I was like, I'm not going to make that amount of money.
I believe this is more to
I'm
do with
going to
money
ask a
laundering.
friend of mine. I'm going to ask
Well,
a
the
friend of
thing
mine
is-
who's a financial journalist actually about this.
Yeah, we don't know how she funded it. I mean, she could have gone over to some of her friends and found some financial backers in Hollywood. You know, she's tight with what's his name? Who's the director of Avengers?
Whedon.
No,
Will Wheaton.
he did not direct Avengers.
Forgot his name.
Josh Whedon. Josh Whedon.
Josh Whedon.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, right.
Will
Too
Wheaton
early in the
is the
morning
Close
for me to think. Yeah. So I mean, I don't think she would have too much trouble going around to different places saying, "Hey, I want to make this movie about women. Look how much money I've made on my Kickstarter and all that crap. I can make you some money on this movie." So I don't think she'd have too much trouble finding at least some funding.
Shouldn't that still show up?
Yeah, I mean, this is the difference between obviously private funding and you know, just getting it from, you know, average Joes out there. So
Yep.
Would that be declarable? That's the thing. I doubt if it would.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if it's just private funding, you don't really have to declare it, as far as I know. Maybe the laws in the US are different, but in most of the world, you don't really have to declare it.
So yeah, so obviously South by Southwest was, I mean, you were
A
saying
failure.
Yeah, well, not just obviously the harassment thing, but you didn't feel
It
as
was a
if
mess.
you didn't feel as if the save point thing was all that either, did you, Brad?
Not through their fault. I don't think they could have done much different. You know, obviously, you're kind of going up against. You're going uphill, anyways. Trying to do a pro gamergate type of a thing, and then when your porn star falls off the panel, that doesn't help either.
You always got to have a porn star on the
She wasn't
panel,
big
otherwise-
Yeah,
Shit, do we have one of those?
we could.
I could grab my home videos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I heard they were also, as far as South by Southwest panels went, I think they were competing with some major like movie star or something who was having a panel.
Yeah. South by Southwest obviously wasn't too thrilled to have that panel there. The only reason they had that panel is they probably didn't want to have extra controversy, so they kind of buried it and just didn't want to. It wouldn't surprise me if South by Southwest right now is like, thank God that all that crap is done. You know, we don't have to deal with Harper or any of that crap anymore.
Well, it's you know, it's the protest versus harassment narrative. Because they're sitting there basically kind of going, we don't want you to have these harassers in here. We don't want you to have these harassers in here. And everyone's sitting there kind of going, I'm starting to feel a little harassed here.
Yeah. Yep.
And it's like, look, and then obviously if they don't allow this coming in here, everyone from the other side of this fence is going to be sitting there kind of going, why are you allowing these people in? Why are you allowing these people in? Why? So it's, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing, because, like, do you want to be the guy that said, oh, we're not going to host a harassment panel because of X, Y, and Z reason, and then you look like someone who advocates harassment? That's the thing, is like, the second you get involved in that vitriol, you're going to get into a mess you don't want to get out of. So,
Yep.
Well, it's more to do with having at least both sides of this fence in here. The sad thing is, of course, is that people are associating these that particular panel with harassment.
right.
And then they're basically kind of go, oh, right, so you're having a panel on that's going to be basically, advocating for harassment? Are you mad? And it simply wasn't, but it's being sort of twisted into that sort of fashion. Nobody is sitting there on that panel saying,
can I
we should
play,
we should advocate for harassment.
play a little bit of devil advocate, a little bit. And from an outsider point of view, at least, I'm not an outsider, but I'm trying to imagine from an outsider point of view. When it comes to this, like you've got two panels, and basically there's an animosity between them, and you look at it, one of them was, in this case, Arnie Harper, is in the inner circles of Anita Sarkeesian, the same group that made it all the way to the UN, talking about harassment. And the others, if you look at them, look for them about them on Google or whatever, you find, Gamergate, all harassers. They would have a little bit more legitimacy. They have a stronger PR. So, can we just say that maybe we need to focus more on PR to avoid such a thing from happening in the future?
I was very surprised, and I said this on Twitter, that Gamergate did not run a get out the vote kind of a campaign where you tried to get people to attend the South by Southwest Summit. That's partly, I think, the fault of the organizers of the SafePoint panel for trying to disassociate themselves from Gamergate. They're just saying, "Oh, we're not Gamergate. We're a gaming and journalism." Everyone knows this is a Gamergate panel. So
I'd say
I was surprised.
I'd say that this is always a naturally occurring thing for people who are from a general area who contemplate going there, that they group together and maybe meet up or something. But most people are actually all over the world pretty much, and just enjoy watching a live stream or something like that. I'd say that contributes much more to the fact. I mean,
Yeah,
I've been to 2 meetups, right? But only because they were in Europe, and so like I'm European. So to me, it's always a matter of, is it close to me that I can maybe think about going? Then I'm gonna talk to people about, hey, are you going, or something like that.
Yeah, we are talking about gaming and the internet. I mean, we're very much indoors people.
Sure.
So,
Sure.
If you're going
Absolutely.
to attend something, you're really more interested in doing it virtually anyway. So, of course.
Airplay was huge online. Like,
Yeah.
you had several big streams with thousands of people. Like Sargon had one with 5,000 people or something watching, and there were Twitch streams. That was online. It's really a pity, in my opinion, that South by Southwest didn't stream this one.
Yeah, I think in this case they were planning to, but then after it was canceled and rescheduled, they were moved into a room that didn't have that live stream capability. I think that was probably their biggest hit taken to the panel, was that, I mean, I think most of the people who were interested in that would have been watching from the internet. I think you're right.
Some obfuscation would you consider going on here? Sort of like, we'll just move them over here, move them over here, move them over here. Put it under duress and inconvenience.
Yeah, it could be, or it could be a legitimate mistake. I don't know. I guess it would depend on their South by Southwest motivations, and I don't know enough about them. I mean, I know they did kind of the same thing to the harassment summit, so it could just be either a mistake or equal shares of go
Bad
fuck yourself. I don't know.
Actually,
Perhaps just bad organisation.
Did you see the second panel that they actually live streamed? That was actually amazing. They were talking really rationally and really with great points and everything about what to do and what should be done and what to support and what not to support. It was really good.
We would have had Pixel Metal in here this Friday, but due to the fact that I had to do a gig, we weren't able to attend. And right now, if you are listening, Nick, hi, you're obviously in the sky right now. We'll be going for a few more hours, so if you do land and set yourself in front of a computer, mate, pop yourself in.
Jesus, I thought you were talking about some other form of being in the sky. I was like, what? What happened?
It's flying. It's flying. No, I'm Batman came in with some 9/11 references, so I just thought of planes. Hi, Batman, how you doing? And Aaron's back, still naked.
Welcome back, Aaron.
Get an avatar, mate. Come on, for crying out loud.
I want to know
He's
if Aaron.
got
Well, first of all, I'm using Super 8 Wi-Fi, so I kind of lost that for a second, and then I switched accounts, and I thought there was a image on there. It should be on there. I don't know why it's
Still
not.
naked.
Did you
It's
choose?
it's not so much you've got your webcam going, but your profile picture is blank.
No, I understand that. I completely understand that. I don't
We're
know
a
why my
smart,
profile picture's
casual
so
place
blank.
here, to be perfectly honest with you, mate. We're not asking for a tie,
Yeah,
but
well,
at least
I'm
a
super-
smart shirt.
Yeah, I want to know if he chose Frosted Flakes or Raisin Bran.
Me?
These
Yeah,
are the
they're-
important
they're-
questions.
No, here's the thing. I'm in Texas. There is a waffle machine right here, and you can make waffles in the shape of Texas.
Of
So I
course.
had that.
Of course.
Everything in Texas is made in the shape of Texas, even their steaks.
Are you
Yeah.
Texan?
No, I'm not. Again, I'm actually just here for a convention this weekend, actually. So just
Right.
to host a panel and lecture and whatnot.
I had a friend visit the Epic Studios in Texas. He was
Really?
doing some playtesting down there for him. Amazing place. He went out to a restaurant and ordered a salad, and they served him a steak with salad.
Well, yeah. The steak is the side dish.
Yeah, it's like
You want a half a cow?
it's like it's
Yeah,
just
like,
always considered garnish.
It's like starter,
No, I've been to Texas before, but I remember my first time coming here for another event. And this is before I was doing gaming journalism or anything like that. They took me to a Western bar, and that was my first time ever peeing in a trough or anything like that. So that was really interesting for me. So it's pretty stereotypical sometimes. I'm not gonna lie.
You're not a man until you've peed in a trough.
That was charming, Brad. So, Airplay 2. What are we to
All right.
expect?
Electric Boogaloo.
We are still talking to a couple of people to try to bring in on as guests. We unfortunately just had to drop Tech Raptor. They had prior work commitments and family commitments that kind of interfered, unfortunately, so they won't be able to attend. But we are talking to other gaming journalists. We are trying to invite them over. We've been publicly asking people on Twitter as well. For example, we're going to try to get Mercedes Carrera to come. We messaged her. She's interested. It's permitting her schedule, unfortunately. So that's really all that's in the air. Yeah.
Phrasing.
It's all permitting her schedule at the moment. So
What a lovely bunch. Gotta love it when our new guests come in here. You right there, kids? Have you got no one to troll this morning? It's nice to know trolls get up early. But anyway, yes. So Airplay 2. I was thinking not so much of who, but what to expect.
okay, well, we do have a couple of panels. One of the first panels that we are going to have is continuing the conversation. Pretty much a bunch of the guests who were at the first Airplay. We are going to try to attempt to finish the first Airplay. We're going to try to finish the questions that were unanswered at the first Airplay, and we're trying to talk to people who are also present at the last one to see if there was anything that should have been asked. We want to get those questions solved and answered. We also have a couple of panels that are going on throughout the day. One of them is specifically a Journalism 101 panel, so people can understand and learn about journalism. We are also going to be talking about a Gaming Journalism 2.0 panel, and this is actually based on an initiative that we at GJN have started, which is we wanted to try to, what is the next step of gaming journalism? How can we improve on it? And what are the lessons that have been learned from everything that's been going on And of course, we have the main debate. Now, the main debate is going to be very interesting because we also have our first anti-gamergator at an event of this magnitude. So we're going to be possibly we're going to have a little asking more questions, especially for the more recent developments in Gamergate, and try to understand and show the gaming public and the journalism public this is how Gamergate should have been reported on. Let's try to ask as many questions to as many sides as possible and try to figure out what exactly has been happening, which no one's been attempting to do, and that's something we've attempted to do, but...
Well, it's always going to be an uphill struggle on that sort of front when people have made their bones and decided that's the way it is. So it's like with everything. I feel there's a certain buyer's remorse that comes in with this sort of thing when you've bought into a particular narrative. Very difficult for you to get yourself out of there, because then you've got to turn around and kind of go, maybe I was wrong about these people.
Right.
It takes a special kind of person.
I will openly admit when I first started about Gamergate, the first thing I was making very clear to people when I first started about Gamergate, I immediately fell to the pro side, which was, it's about ethics in journalism, and I made this very clear because, well, I grew up studying to be a journalist for years, and I've been a journalist for 9 years, and I've always had the personal mantra, I guess you could say, that I believe in ethics. I believe both sides of the story needs to be heard. I believe that both sides of the argument needs to be heard. So when I heard about all this stuff that was going on, a lot of us who've been following gaming journalism, there were warning signs. It was happening. It was coming, but no one really did anything about it. So a friend of mine said, I'm working on a project. Why don't you help me out with it? And he asked me to do a story about Gamergate, and I did. And I wrote a very neutral piece about it, like seeing what was going on. And that's kind of how Game Journalism Network started, which was we just wanted to report on Gamergate in the most neutral standpoint possible.
Have you? How is it going, by the way? I haven't actually looked at your subscriber count. I was hoping you'd have grown since I've subscribed. How's it going out there?
I don't even know what the current subscriber count is, to be honest. And to be honest, that's something that I'm not really paying attention to as much, because I'm more so concentrating. I've been concentrating on the Airplay2, so I've honestly have not cared about the numbers. I mean, if people are aware, great. So the subscriber numbers are I don't even know. Let me find out right now. For YouTube, if I can get my actual channel open up. We have 456 subscribers to YouTube, and we have, I don't know how many followers on Twitter. I mean, these are low numbers, but these have not been my concern. We got half of that on Twitter.
I've always been a proponent of, if you build quality, then they will come eventually.
Eventually.
Well, that's also kind of one of the reasons why we
just
also
before you're about to close your door.
Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons why we wanted funding for Airplay2, was because we didn't want to just grab a couple of webcams and go online and do, because we could do streams like this. We have Google Hangouts. We can get people to come in at certain times. That's great. We can do that. But if we can get everybody in one room with proper camera equipment, with a proper setup, show quality work, but at the same time, ask these important questions, that'll help us out a lot. But that's not my concern of getting numbers. My concern is doing journalism.
Yeah, so obviously it's always going to be sort of like an uphill struggle, of course, is that we've all seen this. I mean, even on this channel as well, we've done loads and loads of shows, hundreds of shows by now. God knows, I should find out exactly when our 100 show anniversary is or whatever. But it's you're just talking about what's going on, what's happening that day or whatever like that. The moment there's some sort of drama that comes on, the moment there's some people arguing, or there's some sort of thing which would attract children to sit there kind of going fight. That's when your numbers come up. And it's upsetting more than anything else, because you just sit there and you kind of go. So if you do something good, nobody cares. But if you do something whether there's a train wreck, suddenly you get some attention.
But the question is, do you really want the big attention, or do you want to get your stuff right and then have people who do it for work or something do what is necessary? Like,
well,
that's
it's a
the way I
reward system,
see my work. I try to be as precise as possible, archive everything and put it out, and then just have it picked up eventually. I'm trying to visualize the data right now to make it even more obvious how much is going on right now. So I'm just doing. I know I agree that
I'm not
this
saying it on
is
a
not
personal
getting
note.
the same attention, because I monitor my own Twitter thing, and I noticed that those outrage things are obviously resonating with people much more than a rational analysis of something. But still, I think
I'm not so much saying it on
I'm
not so much saying it on a personal thing. What I'm saying is on a societal basis, is that you're looking around you and kind of go, well, you keep saying that you want something actually worth looking at, but when you're actually looking around and the attention seems to be grabbed by, betas, really, drama betas.
Sure.
And that's just a sad indictment. And I've seen this from within circles, even within Gamergate, where it's there's an argument, brilliant, let's go watch that. And I've done it myself. I've seen some sort of drama. It's like, oh, what the hell's gone on here? And I've clicked it.
I'd say that's just a normal thing. People are interested in train wrecks and stuff like that. I think George Carlin put it best when he had his piece about how he wants to see the world
burn.
Like burn and everything. Do you know that piece? People still get triggered over that.
Yeah. Trump incarnate.
Yeah, one of the things I was gonna mention, at least for me, and it's not really connected to Airplay. It is connected to Airplay2, but not officially, because I'm not in touch with you guys. But I'm definitely planning to put out some of the, like, I have 2 big things coming up and a couple of minor things like conflicts of interest. And I'm mapping right now what we have, like the confirmed collusions when it came to awards. That's what I'm putting into my graphs right now, because interestingly enough, the people who get Patreon money, like from all corners, suddenly also host awards, which is obviously no conflict of interest, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the work I do.
Well, we are actually hoping to, and this is all information that we're trying to also compile for Airplay2, because one of the key things is we want to. I've always been a firm believer that in certain situations, especially in this level of journalism, it kind of sort of has to act as prosecutor versus defendant at the same time, where you have to cross-examine questions. You have to back up information with facts. That doesn't mean that as the moderator, I'm going to try to be the smartest person in the room. I have to also go in there with an air of ignorance, because I need to know what people are going to be saying and whatnot. I need to understand what their viewpoints are.
Well, as far as I was aware, certainly when it comes to debate context and stuff like that, the moderator is there as the advocate for the audience. They are there to ask those debating to clarify their position, or if they have said something that it hasn't necessarily rung true, to call them out on it. But not obviously
I think the moderation will be especially important now that Bernstein will be there, because we know how he behaves online. We're not sure how he's going to be in real life. Hopefully a little more sensible, but...
Well, the key thing is we're going to try to make sure that, there is a level of order as well, because we're going to be asking standard questions. And this is an example, would be like, what is, and this is not a question we will be asking like this, but we ask on Gamergate. And
sorry,
does
mate,
anyone
do you want to start that sentence
like
again? You just blobbed out there for a second.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Carry on, mate. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So yeah, like a question would be like, and this is just an example question, like this probably won't be an actual question, would be, we ask one person, what is Gamergate? And they'll say what their video on Gamergate is. And of course, if anyone wants to counter argument, they're more than welcome to. We are going to have points of order. And we're going to make sure that the questions are answered and everything's done in a pretty clear environment. We're not trying to make sure that we don't want similar situations happening like what happened with the last Airplay, where it becomes an argument with the moderator versus the person. I'm not going to try to do that. Now, it's a debate.
Well, I'll be honest with you. That was more
argue with each other, but don't argue with the moderator. Should not be arguing at all.
Well, that was my problem with the later one, really more than anything else, is that it was really straying away from the topic, and I actually agree with Koretsky on that. Is that he was basically kind of going, yeah, I understand where you're coming from on this ideological point of view, but it's when you basically it's like blaming water for sharks. It's
right.
You can't just basically just kind of go, yeah, it's this particular this particular overarching thing that's responsible for all of the ills of the world. It it doesn't actually bring any positive thing. It's just basically just finding something to point a finger at.
Just one little interjection. Mark is coming on. I'm bringing him in. I hope that's okay.
Mark said?
Mark, yeah.
Hey,
Oh, good.
excellent.
He got out of bed.
He has to reset his router.
God, he usually isn't out of bed until like 3 p.m.
Yeah, he said I shouldn't even be up. And then I said, all of you guys are on. And he was like, oh, they're all on? Let me reset my router.
Oh, yeah. When I rolled out of bed today, Chris, boyfriend, was like, you don't even get up this early for work. And I'm like, I do it for the streams.
Do it for Gamergate, Nicole. Do it for Gamergate.
I just literally came from out. I was out all day, and I was like, yeah, I still can catch the stream. So I'm here now.
Yeah, I unfortunately was not aware of what my schedule was going to be until today, so I found out that all my panels and lectures are going to be later on in the day, so my morning's free.
So your Texas panels, Aaron, are they going to be live streamed or put on video?
Unfortunately, they won't be live streamed. I actually tried experimenting with that last night. The internet, the school's a little bit weird, but this time I have all my proper film equipment, so I'm going to be attempting to film both the gaming journalism panel and the Gamergate panel. I was going to try to do it last week at the last con I was at because I did those panels there, and there was just so many technical difficulties. The microphones started breaking, and I was using all my own old personal equipment, not anything else new or anything like that. And now I have some new equipment, and we should be able to film these no problem, and I should be able to put them online next week.
Who are your panelists?
Oh, no. It's just myself. It's a lecture, so. Yeah, so like the Gamergate panel, essentially what I am doing is I am in the most neutral setting possible, talking about the history of Gamergate and everything that's been going on in a journalistic point of view. So essentially delivering Gamergate news the way it should have been delivered. And I did this last week. There has been no issues about it. There's been no backlash about it, which I'm very grateful for at the same time. I was expecting some kind of backlash. I was expecting someone to message the convention owners and say, hey, don't have these panels because of X, Y, and Z reason, but that didn't happen. The Gamergate panel, I'm just talking about the history of Gamergate in a neutral setting. And the gaming journalism lecture is more so essentially based on everything we've been doing with Gaming Journalism 2.0, teaching gaming journalists what they should be doing, what they shouldn't be doing, and the people who are interested or are trying to get into gaming journalism, here's the things that they need to be aware of when it comes to becoming a gaming journalist. For example, you're not an advertiser. You're not supposed to be advertising, report fact over nonsense, ethical standards and things that apply. And we're also using current examples. For example, Eurogamer this past week reported on how you can get the Fallout 4 Season Pass for free, and they were telling their audience, get it now if you don't have it, because it's free. You should get it now and things like that, and you don't do that. You should not be doing that as a journalist. That causes more harm than good.
Aaron, just one minor suggestion. Since you're also streaming your video, it sometimes builds little lag spikes, and then it builds up, and then it releases everything at once.
Does that help a lot?
that usually it does.
Yeah, just to let you know, Aaron, we don't actually display the video on here anyway, so you're just wasting your bandwidth at that point.
Okay, that's fine. I'm using, again, Super 8 Wi-Fi, so...
Yeah, just to show you exactly what's going on, that's that bit.
Wait, so I don't get to look at the beard anymore?
Sorry. And if you just want to have the chat for the show there, you can talk to people obviously without everything else on.
I was gonna say, Aaron, just promise me, please, that you're gonna wear like a suit and tie, like you did in some of your streams. I think it's absolutely adorable.
He's always in a suit and tie. I've never not seen him in a suit and tie.
This will be the first. I think this is the first time a lot of people have not seen me in a suit and tie.
Oh my god.
No, actually, the only reason why I'm not in a suit and tie today, nor will I be in any of these videos, is because I actually just got tailored for a new suit. So, and it wasn't ready yet in time.
I wasn't like complaining. I was just.
No. I'm complaining because it wasn't ready in time. So.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, but no, I actually just got new suits tailored, and I got a new suit tailored for Airplay2 as well. So yeah.
Have you consulted Koretsky at all about this?
Koretsky has agreed to help us out in certain parameters, like talking to people and things like that. He will not be present. He's given us information of things he wanted to do that he couldn't do, and those are things that we're going to try to do. Like, for example, with continuing the conversation, like we're going to get some of the questions that he did not ask because of the bomb threat. We're going to ask instead.
I'd just like to congratulate Sir Barrington, on completing his TIE Fighter and Scepter. Congratulations, mate. Welcome to the club.
I just missed an inside joke, didn't I?
No, basically, yeah. I've got this this wonderful TIE Fighter Interceptor. You've got to build it out of basically stainless steel.
Oh,
and,
okay.
Sir Barrington got one, and I was just giving him a few advice. Don't overpinch, mate. Don't overpinch. It's looking good, man. It's looking.
I saw you tweeted out a picture of him starting to build it and said this can take a while.
Yeah. I think he'd managed to get basically the sort of like the round bit in the middle. It took him about half an hour to get it right. It's a nightmare. It is. It was a nightmare. It's really fiddly. The whole thing is probably about an inch wide. So it's really very very fiddly. You do need some pincers and whatnot, but it's good fun. So yeah, so when is
Airplay2?
Yeah, when is Airplay2 going to be kicking off, guys?
Airplay2 will be happening on April 17th. That is a Sunday in Tampa, Florida. We are not announcing the location as of this moment until we have everything with security set up for us. It's not going to be at the same caliber as South by Southwest, but it's just going to be, we were communicating with the local police department to make sure that they're aware that, people might do something stupid and say something stupid and don't take it seriously. You should, but shouldn't take it seriously at the same time. Again, the location we're working with works very well at the local sheriff's department, so they are top-notch about this.
I think it will help too that we're not exactly advertising the location except to people who are on the panels and in attendance, which will be a big thing in stopping online trolls from trying to get rid of this event that they have no investment in.
Right. Like, we are going to more than likely start advertising it the week of more than anything. So when we get really close to the event, we'll probably announce something about it. But again, this is primarily for security reasons. We just want to stop. We don't want to have things happen ahead of time.
Sad that you got to go through all of that.
It is, because we're just trying to have an honest to goodness conversation. That's really all it is.
And the worst thing about it is, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't situations. Because if there is a bomb threat, then we get accused of having done it just to cause more drama or to drag attention to it, and if nothing happens, then they can, or the outlets that should probably report on it can just dismiss it as not interesting enough.
Oh
right.
yeah,
I mean, and the thing is that if something were to happen, like hypothetically, if there was like another Airplay like event, someone hosts a bomb threat, and if you notice, last time a lot of people who are anti-Gamergate didn't really say anything. They just said, "Oh, that happened," and that's it. End of story. A lot of people on the pro Gamergate side were kind of like, well, this was definitely third-party people, and not a lot of people pinned it on anti. No one wanted to pin it on anti because, again, there was no proof in the pudding at all. There was no proof at all. But there are people who are actively trying to discredit the pro side and the anti side at the same time. There are people in the middle who just want to discredit for pardon my French, shits and giggles, and it's kind of sad, really, because I'm here trying to do this as a journalist. I'm here trying to continue the conversation, and if people want to continue the conversation after this, they're more than welcome to. But it's just really unnecessarily necessary that you have to go through these steps. You have to go through all these setups and things like that.
There's one silver lining though. Since the tag has definitely died down in the last couple of months, you have less involvement and interest by troll groups. You had some really big troll involvement last year around August and September, and throughout the year, obviously. But it's really died down. There's just a couple of Spurglords who keep throwing shit around on people and try to bully people around, but otherwise...
Yeah, I wish I had some sort of troll laser pointer that I could just basically just come, go over there, at any point in time. So, I remember during the Airplay thing, I actually sort of like had a bit of a go at that lot to try and distract them a little bit away from the Airplay thing. So they could, they could just get on with it without having to worry about these dicks. And if you are listening, and you probably are, because that's the sort of people you are. You come onto these places, you go, nobody's interested in your shit, and I'm sitting there going to go, you're a nobody, because you're here interested. Think it through, mate. Go. Do something with your life. Have a hobby.
Yeah,
pick up gardening.
It's sort of been a mixed blessing that that Gamergate is sort of dying down in terms of activity and attention that it's getting from the media, despite the sci-fi special. But I think it's been good that there's less trolls kind of paying attention because of it.
Just point out one thing. Have you guys noticed
to push this one out?
No, seriously, I just found this so hilarious. I think it was 3 in a row now. Sarkeesian was called Gamergate. Anita Sarkeesian. Zoe Quinn her job description was that she was harassed by Gamergate. Literally, that's how they introduced her.
I know, it's kind of sad.
There was a third one. It's amazing.
I mean, when you spend your, the past 2 years framing yourself as a victim, it's one of those things where it's like the opposite of empowering to be defined by who harasses you and whatnot. So I find it sort of especially delicious that that's how they're known now. Yeah.
Yeah, and the sad part is I'm a kind of person who genuinely believes in playing devil's advocate. Like, well, maybe they're not seeing the other side, maybe they're not understanding the other side, things like that. And I mean,
this is somebody who is in fact at this point a professional victim.
No,
it's like a career choice.
I am starting to unfortunately agree with that more and more because, and here's why is. We were actively talking with Brianna Wu to try to get her to come to Airplay2. She was interested. She was corresponded with a lot of emails with, and when she announced that she was officially done with Gamergate, that she would not be attending Airplay2, and then all of a sudden she starts doing more interviews talking about Gamergate, and then she does this thing on Sci-Fi Channel. I'm like, well, why did you choose to say you were done with Gamergate? But you'll talk about all these things, and then you're still pinning Gamergate as the thing that did this to you. And just from the correspondence alone, I believe more and more that she is playing professional victim. Now, this is my opinion. This is not GJN's opinion or anything like that. This is my opinion that after all of that, it just kind of sold it to me more.
Well, even in the early days. You're talking about somebody who goes, oh, I just started a joke on the internet and it they just went crazy at me. And it's like, you pretended to be a sexist troll on the internet and everyone pointed that out to you, and you consider that you being harassed. Talk about
And
painting a narrative.
there is actually even more of a point to be made here, because I mean this is going back to I think 2012 or maybe to end of 2011, but there was before actually Depression Quest was made. Her laptop actually died,
Thank you.
and she set up a GoFundMe to get a just repair it, I think, or get a new cheap one, and it overshot by I don't know how much, which is I would say a privilege, and I would say very inviting for women in the industry. If your laptop breaks down and you just get it replaced like this, I don't know.
I wish I could do the same with my camera. I want an Icon D4.
And she got like over 10,000, I think, just to get a new laptop.
Jesus, for a laptop to develop a Twine game?
Let me
Gosh.
check up one more time so I don't speak bullshit. But it was really high. I was surprised how much money she got. And back then, you have to remember she was even less even less known.
Yeah,
Well,
I
they-
do remember hearing about the stuff with when she released Depression Quest and supposedly was being harassed about it and stuff. And I only remember reading about it a little bit. And I remember thinking, oh, this poor woman being harassed for making a game, trying to raise awareness about mental health, what a bunch of dicks. And then now I look back and I'm like, yeah, yeesh. Now I know.
No, I think a lot of us fell for that too, because I'll be honest with you. When I first heard about Anise Sarkeesian and people harassing her, and like people giving her shit for starting Feminist Frequency, I'll admit I felt bad. I didn't donate, but I felt bad. I didn't think.
I actually called that one a bit early because I saw some of her earlier stuff and how I don't know if you remember this business with I forgot the name of the game. But she was talking about women in Japan being harassed on trains and stuff like that. And she was basically saying that it's the fact that they've got like this ginormous poster of a scantily clad woman on there that just makes men want to harass women. And I'm sitting there, and if you actually go and have a look at the statistics of how many people actually travel on the trains in Tokyo, just Tokyo alone in a day, and then you have a look at how many women have actually been touched on those things, you have more chance of getting your foot stuck in a chewing gum in the infinitely tidy Tokyo than you have of being harassed there. The idea of women being harassed on those trains, you've got more chance of that happening in London or anywhere. The statistics, they're lying so bad about the statistics. It's like they're saying, I think it was like about 1,000 incidents or something like that, 2,000 incidents in a train system that carries like billions of people, billions of journeys in a year. And
Well, now a lot of
that's overplaying something. It's such mountain and molehill business. It's pathetic.
Thing is, I never really fell into that line of thinking, mainly because it very much mimics the radical Muslim kind of mindset that they keep advertising in places like Saudi Arabia, where they go like a display of a woman's ankle even might let people, men will just lose control and start raping women. And when you start moving into more liberal societies where women can wear whatever they want, there are less incidences of rape. So you just, that causation thing that they claim that is happening is just not happening.
Well, the reinforcing thing works something along this line, of course, is that there are some women that may show a bit of skin, and then the guys who think that they're living in a society that if a woman were to show a bit of skin, she's going to get raped, are thinking, well, okay then, that's the trigger. When you're living in a
I feel terrible for laughing at that.
Yeah, but when you're living in a liberal society, of course, people still know that there's a boundary. They're sitting there kind of going, yeah, I'm looking at a scantily clad woman. Fantastic. That's it. You don't think, oh, what? Now I can rape her. It just doesn't enter your head.
Me on the other hand, my opinion is I never just gave a shit. Unless if that's me, I'm not going to care. I've seen all kinds of shit in high school, so
I mean, we've all gone to the beach.
yeah. I've seen.
Wow.
Let's see
I'm
here.
actually looking at. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the statistics from last November about rail transports in Japan, and it's pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, how many people travel there? Like 1.2 billion in a year or something?
I'm looking at the daily average actually, and it's about 800,000, and that's just in certain hours of the day.
Yeah. So those are 800,000 journeys. How many
But
times
if you-
does someone get themselves touched on one of those on a day?
Oh no, that's not on here, but that's actually a separate statistic I'm pulling up right now. But so far from what I'm seeing on Google search results, the numbers have died down significantly since 1985.
Yeah.
But you need to take a look at Japanese media. I mean, if you look at that, if you look how it represents Japanese culture, a large percentage of women are raped by tentacles.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
Speaking of,
And we're joined by Mark
Mark is here.
Kebb. Action points. You made it. Welcome. This is what they call morning, Mark.
Hello, Mark.
You see
Good
that the
morning.
sun is still rising? Yeah. Oh,
Well, it rained
no,
a
he,
bit.
no.
He's out.
Oh my God.
As much
He
sun as
obviously
it
just
was
rolled
raining.
rolled over onto his computer. That was what
No,
was
he
happening.
just realized, oh, it's morning. Bye. Close laptop.
I'm not supposed to be here.
Okay. Let's just. Who triggered him? One of you guys triggered him.
His
What's up,
router.
you?
I didn't invite him to a game of GTA 5, so
Oh man, but yeah, the thing is, like, you know, it's all.
mountain and molehill
back-
statistics is my point. Really, is that,
Yeah.
the moment you see that in a lot of different sort of circles, is that people take a very very small number and blow it out of proportion. And
Right.
I've never been a big fan of such folk. And I saw
Oh no,
that from
I
Sarkeesian
think there's an old SNL bit of making fun of statistics, where someone goes just like, you know, out of like thousands of people, 5 people have been killed in couch collisions. That's 100% of people killed in couch collisions. Those 5 people, and they just like disproportionately up the numbers repeatedly and whatnot, and it's just, you know.
Well, I mean,
And
look at
that's
Mario.
the thing. Is like it.
100% of criminals drank water within 24
Sorry?
hours of committing a crime.
How many dictators of this world have mustaches? No,
Oh boy.
imagine if you will. For example, when she was talking about Mario, and about how bad and how sexist Mario is and stuff like that. Yeah, I would have given more credence if we were talking about, say, the protection of animals. Go and have a look at how terrible he is to turtles.
Yeah.
Mushrooms.
That at least is a lot lot obvious of animal
Well,
mistreatment.
this goes back. The
as,
thing,
as
this
far
thing
as
is that this goes back
patriarchal,
to.
Bullshit.
Yeah, this also goes back to, like, you know, anybody can spin an argument if you really try. Like, you know, for years I've always said, you know, the argument for video game violence, you know, that video games promotes violence is stupid, and they go no. And my counter argument has always been, and I don't actually believe in my counter argument, but my counter argument has always been, no, Nerf guns teach kids how to be violent, because have you seen Nerf guns nowadays? They have magazines, they have bolt actions, they work like real guns, they just, you know, don't fire fast enough to kill you.
But if you give a kid a real gun and you educate him on how to use things, and you teach him not to shoot someone, because if you kill someone, it's kind of illegal.
I always point to all the peaceful years that were around before video games arrived.
Oh, when kids could play with toys that could kill you?
Mm.
Yeah, like you play with slingshots. Slingshots were considered toys for kids. Now you have to be 18 years old to buy them. At least in the US.
After 1995, I was least likely to die from a toy or a video game than I was before 1995, because I remember a couple of years before that, I had a Voltron toy sitting outside for a couple of days. It got rusted, and this is when toys were made of metal, and if you did not know how to transform, you know, a Transformer or a Voltron action figure or anything like that the right way, you would pinch your finger and bleed out. I had it rusted
or just
up.
break it.
Yeah, I had it rusted up. I was playing with it. I sliced my finger open. Didn't tell my mom. I had to go to the hospital for like weeks on end because Voltron almost killed me. You know.
You
And
get tetanus.
it's been a childhood
You got
trauma
tetanus
ever
real
since.
bad, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Yeah, I did.
that had to suck. Well, when I was in high school, playing was taking bamboo and hitting each other upside the head with them.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you wanted to go after games that, promote racism or harmful ideas, there are games that you could go after. Like, okay, for example, in here, there are certain groups that are, classified as terrorist groups. They would release games. They've been releasing games since 2000. No, since the 90s, since the late 90s. Like, they were
America's Army.
Yeah, there were a couple of games. I think they're on their fourth sequel right now, released by Hezbollah, and their entire thing is let's kill all Jews.
Right,
and
now, before you say that, what I've got to ask is the simple question: is it playably? Is the play good?
One, I played 2.
Is it a good
one
game?
Was just, it's not bad as a game. It's
Is it actually quite good?
The gameplay, like, okay, when you go with 2001 kind of standards for a first-person shooter, okay, it's passable.
I might give that a go just to see.
When you lower your standards to 2001, it's acceptable. All right.
It's a passable game. Like
That's a lot of time.
It's a passable game, but the thing is,
480p.
they give those games for free for kids to play, and it's pretty much to just solidify that idea that you have to kill the enemy that we define to you. You have other games that, like Ethnic Cleanser, for example. You have games like, even if you go back to, some people might say that Custer's Revenge could be viewed as a racist game. Now, why can't we talk about games that are actually promoting bad ideas rather than going after Super Mario? Like, I'm working right now on a series that tackles that, but I'm taking like the angle of sexism. If you take away all the outrage, if you take away all the, it's a sexy girl, it's sexist. No, just take that away, because that doesn't make any sense.
But the problem is,
can we ask the question? Can I please continue? Can we just raise the question, without any of this outrage culture, can games actually be sexist? And if so, has there been any games that actually promoted sexist ideals? And I've been researching this for the past 2 weeks, and it's hard to find any sexist game, to be honest.
But that's the whole argument is built upon this notion that you have this tiny reinforcement that is just hidden within it, that we all are being subjected to, and therefore it is permeating. It is what's the word they like to use?
Problematic.
It's pervasive. It is everywhere a little bit, and that's what makes it. That's what influences you to that necessary degree. The problem with that theory is it doesn't scale. It's supposed to be everywhere, and it's every little thing adds to it, right? It's the whole concept stems from this idea of microaggression, because it's everywhere. The racism is obviously still here because it's so minuscule, but you do notice it, and it's horrible for people because it changes us psychologically. I mean, that's in some sense what they are saying, right?
Well, the question that Habib was saying about whereas games do, or at least can, promote ideas. Now, I'm of the ilk that to present an idea is not to promote it.
Well,
I'm one of these. Hear me out,
okay.
At least on this one, Habib. Is
Sure,
that to present somebody with a bad idea is not necessarily to promote it. If you are to teach somebody, sometimes it's very much an advantage for you to actually kind of go, here, have a look at something that's wrong, and then ask them, what is wrong with this? It's a great way to teach somebody about something. What mistakes here are being made? So, everyone is discerning. I mean, if, for example, this Kill All Jews game is a reasonably good game, then by 2001 standards, it's not really going to make much sway to anyone else. Now, as far as sort of like promoting genocide of the Jews is concerned, you've got governments doing it. You've got leaders of institutions doing that already, and they don't get that much sway. By comparison, I very much doubt that games actually have that much sway. I mean, we were saying America's Army, for example, and you play that game, and no matter who you are, you're always the army, and no matter who you're playing against, they're always the terrorist. Mm-hmm. I don't know if have you played America's Army?
Yes.
So yeah, you don't get to play either a terrorist or America's Army. You're always the army, and they're always the terrorist.
That's fascinating.
Well, it does actually show you the. They considered, say, the Russians, for example, a terrorist organization. They considered the Communist Party of Soviet Union as a terrorist organization, and vice versa. The enemy is never a person that you're at war with. It's always a terrorist. You're not at war with anyone. We haven't had an official war for years. There's always these police actions. That's sort of the way that the world sort of talks itself into having a war. So if anything, I mean, you could say the same for America's Army and turn around and kind of go, well, you're actually promoting the idea that America could do no wrong, and that anyone that they actually attack is never is always a terrorist.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the few games that was legitimately propaganda.
Yes,
America's Army.
Once again, America's Army is literally propaganda.
Yes.
You always play an army,
and if anything,
good guy, and whoever you're playing against thinks that they're the good guy.
If anything, the only time I will feel that a video game is harmful in any way, shape, or form is if you turn the game into propaganda.
Well,
then that's harmful.
No, that's not though, because even if it is propaganda, you're still
Let me
rephrase
that. It could be harmful. Not that it is, that it could be, because again, this goes back to the whole. Have you heard about what's been going on in China with this social media thing that they're doing? With what is it? I forgot what exactly it was. It was, and I did a report on this, and I'm trying to remember all of it. Was if you retweet certain things, or if you do certain things on social media, you get good karma points or things like that, and those points will actually be things that affect, like, you applying for a job and whatnot, or if you need to get like certain paperwork to, like, travel overseas, and this is like something they're trying to do in China.
Well, they do this. They do this in the West as well. You do this in the West as well. People, look at, for example, some of the fears of those in Chan culture, for example, is that they feel as if they can't actually say what they want to say because they think people are going to go after them. So they put themselves into this anonymous sort of circle in order to sort of like, so they have that fear. And you've seen this from people on Twitter, for example, who turn around and kind of go, you're free to say whatever you say, but you're not free from the consequences of what you say. And they're saying, right, essentially, is that, yeah, you can say what you like, but we will fuck you if you do. In other words, I don't really care about freedom of speech.
I mean, I sort of hate that line of thinking, though, that, like, there are these, radicals who are willing to take it to such extremes, because I do think that when people say something, I feel like everyone else has a right to sort of react and have consequences. Now, I don't think someone calling someone else a faggot on Twitter means they should lose their job, but it should mean that, not necessarily should, but should be able to mean that, someone else can say, hey, that's not cool or something. And I feel like there's sort of this sort of, what would I call it, like a disconnect or a cognitive dissonance that, people can run around saying all this stuff and then, scream freedom of speech when people want to say something back, not realizing that freedom of speech includes someone's right to reply to you and right to be angry or upset.
Well, the battle line is drawn, I think, in a rather sort of serrated position, is that nobody's actually sitting there and kind of going, hang on a second, who's firing their staff for what they've said on the internet to somebody? Who's arresting people for what they've said on the internet? What the hell is going on here? That's where the big scream should be going up. Is that somebody is turning around and kind of go, well, you said something I didn't agree with on Twitter, so I'm going to let you go. That's bad employment practice, for crying out loud.
Isn't that sort of illegal?
Indeed.
Well, it's a little bit scarier. Well, it's scarier, especially in America. I live in Florida. Florida is a right-to-work state, but at the same time, Florida is a state where we actually have laws that protect people from why they're getting fired. Like, for example, you can fire in Florida. You can fire anybody, and you don't have to give a reason.
Yeah, I live in Florida too. I know how that goes.
What?
Yeah, it's a very scary thing for anyone who's employed.
Someone can scream, I sexually harassed them, and they'll fire you instantly without an investigation. Even if they did an investigation, you found out guilty, you still lose your job in the end. They'll just get rid of you because it's considered bad publicity.
Right.
Just one little interjection. Mark says he thinks the reason his internet broke was because his updates were installing at the same time. So he'll try rejoining in a little bit.
Okay. That's cool.
And I'll be AFK for a little.
All right.
Well, I need to take off in a couple of minutes because I actually have to get to the con and get some stuff prepped ahead of time. So I can stay on for 10 minutes. I mean, do you guys have any questions about Airplay2 or anything like that, or?
Regarding Florida, I think I saw an article. This guy had Asperger's syndrome, and I guess the employee didn't like them. So what they did is they accused him of thieving. They walked into the store, publicly shamed them. He was found not guilty of thievery. He still lost his job. As I mentioned, they just humiliated him and he jumped off the building and killed himself.
Jesus,
they did shit like that, and the mother beat the shit out of him.
Fantastic.
I don't know how that. That's what they did.
I have a question about Airplay. Since there won't be any streaming, as far as I know, is there any way we could interact? Is there going to be a Twitter feed? Is there going to be anything? At least.
Yeah, we are. Well, we're going to be streaming Airplay2. That's going to happen. We're going to be having two separate streams. We're going to having a audio-visual stream, and we are going to be having an audio-only stream as well for people who just want to hear the audio and things like that. But also as a backup. But what we are going to do is we are going to be having we're going to have a Twitter feed set up, and we are going to have it open so people can ask questions, and we'll go to hey, who's asking what on Twitter, and we might ask a couple of questions from that. We are going to have the YouTube chat open, but we're going to be heavily monitoring it because we don't want similar situations happening like last time. We are going to also ask because a lot of people are going to want to do mirror streams as well, and that's perfectly fine. It's perfectly acceptable. The only thing we ask is messages ahead of time, so A, we can tell other people about the mirror streams, and B, so we can monitor them because in case they have any questions on those mirror streams, we can ask those questions as well because we want to try to get. We want to try to get as many people asking questions as possible because we feel that one of the most important things that's going to have to happen is we want to know from not just the consumers, but we want to know from the published perspective if they have any questions, because that's another thing that never happens a lot in journalism is what does the public think and what is the general questions of the public, and we want to try to get those in there as much as possible.
My question is, if it's being held in Tampa, is Airplay open to the public, or is it a closed event?
Airplay2 will be open to the public. Again, when we announce the location at a later time, we are going to have a RSVP section set up, so people can come in, say, if they're coming, how many people they should bring, and they're bringing and whatnot. But yeah, it's going to be open to the public.
Right, because I'm thinking about going because I don't live far from Tampa. I'm probably going to bring my friend along.
Okay.
So
that'd be awesome.
Yeah, no, I mean we want people to come. I mean I understand why people are saying it's not open to public. No, it is open to the public. We just haven't announced the location yet. But yeah, no, it's going to be open to the public. What I can say is that we're also opening it up to journalists as well. But we are giving journalists a bit of a priority because this is also more so for journalists as well.
May I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Perhaps what you could do is make sure that you've got maybe an email address that somebody can write into, so they can, and you can inform them through that. That way, at least you can actually vet what's going on here. If you just give out, just a blatant idea of exactly where it is at the time, then of course you're going to introduce all kinds of problems that way. But whereas if you're actually getting someone to email you, you can at least check who is actually emailing you.
Right. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine.
You should just have it in some dude's living room.
I'm sorry?
You should just have it in some dude's living room.
Airplay 2?
Yeah.
It's going to be in my living room.
In a government building. That way, if there's a bomb threat, they'll take it much more seriously.
Yeah, I can tell you is places we have considered, because a lot of people have been suggesting, like, why don't you do it at a college or things like that where you can get it for free. And I would say what we considered it, but the problem is that no college wanted to touch it, and the colleges that we had talked to about it, they actually wanted money to do this. It's because I'm not a college student anymore. I don't have that pull, and we did talk to some schools that do have journalism programs. The problem is that in Central Florida, there's not a lot of schools that have heavy journalism programs. So, at least the ones I talked to, at least. Cultural Center, but that unfortunately did cost a couple much more money. We were going to originally host it in downtown Tampa at a event that also already does a big convention in Tampa. But the problem is because it's connected to so many buildings, if there was a threat, we would be the event that single-handedly caused us the evacuation of downtown Tampa. So
that would be kind of cool, though.
Yeah. So if you want to get
headlines.
That's gonna suck, especially if it's during rush hour. Tampa has heavy traffic already.
Yeah. So that would have been. We went through so many options, but the one option we're looking at is, it is a public location. It is a public place. We have the event locked down for us. So we're trying to be as careful as possible. I did consider actually hosting Airplay 2 at the. Where I currently live, we have a clubhouse kind of thing you can rent out. I did consider doing that, but I was in the middle of moving, so I wasn't able to qualify to do that in time. So
my question is, what's the date it's going to be held on?
April 17th.
April 17th. Okay.
Alright.
I don't want to keep you for much longer, but yeah, one last question here.
Yeah, I have like 5 more minutes, so I'm pretty good.
Okay, it's good. Is there any plan for what's going to happen after the show? Like, are you just going to hold the conference and after that just call it a day and get it done with, or are you doing anything to follow up with it?
From what I am to understand, there is a gamergate meetup that's being planned. Mm-hmm. I think that's all I'm pretty much aware of with that. I'm not planning any of that. That's my only concern is Airplay 2. As for a direct follow-up, like an Airplay 3, is that what you're asking, or?
Oh, let's say an Airplay 3, or we know the YouTube culture right now and the Twitter culture. People are going to take those videos. They're going to have their own videos replying to every single point that's been said. So, is there going to be like an official response from the panel, or are you just going to leave it as that, or you just going to interact with them through Twitter and not release any official Airplay videos to respond?
No, I think we'll do updates afterwards because the job this goes back to the job of a journalist. The job of a journalist is always to follow up on your story until it's either done or the story changes to a point where it becomes a new story. In this point, Game Journalism Network, while we are trying to move away from Gamergate, but the only exception to the rule has primarily been Airplay 2, we will still follow up on Airplay 2 because that is still important gaming news. Plus, since we are invested in the story, we have to follow up on it. We have, there's going to be follow-up questions. And who knows what's going to happen during this event, because we might actually get, and this happened with the last Airplay as well, but it might happen again with this Airplay. We're not ruling out the possibility that there'll be more questions than answers.
Okay. I plan to be as involved as I can. I live all the way in Dubai, so I can't really attend personally. I'm happy that you're allowing mirror streams to actually be involved, so if Robin is not going to do it, I'm going to jump on that. So we'll see how that goes.
Don't worry, Habib. I'll be there for it.
Okay.
I quite honestly want to attend just for the experience of it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much why I just want to attend.
Here's the final question. It might be a bit of a big one, but what do you think is going to, what are your aims within what you're doing here with Airplay2, guys? What are you looking for this to actually achieve?
Well, the first and most primary thing I am hoping to achieve is to show there was a right way to report on Gamergate. There was a right way to report on this controversy, and by conducting journalism in a live environment, this is primary proof on how it could be done. And at the same time, prove that there is bigger issues at play that, and while I am doing this at a neutral point of view, it's not just about harassment, and it's not just about ethical standards in gaming journalism. There is so much more that needs to be talked about. And if I can bring awareness to this conversation, and if I can continue the conversation and hopefully make some kind of like clearer points of like what has been said or what needs to be said, I feel we would be doing our job.
That's interesting.
Sorry, I have to unmute at the moment. It's a bit of a difficult one. But anyway, Cole to Vivian, Nicole. What are you hoping to bring forward with Airplay2?
I mean, for me, I was thinking about this. I mean, obviously, when I was asked, and I still think about it a lot, but I want to try to continue this conversation that was cut off. And I think that the first Airplay was awesome, and I think it did a lot of good, but I think that there's so much more discussion to be had, especially, I mean, we all know how crazy the story gets. I'm also excited that there's going to be a 2.5 hour long debate, and it looks like, fingers crossed if he stays, we're going to have an anti-Gamergate person there, Mark Bernstein, who's one of the Wikipedia editors for the Gamergate page, and a lot of people know that most of us aren't very happy with how that page looks right now, and he's one of the main reasons for that. So I think it'll be exciting to go and actually have this discussion.
Nicole, wasn't he actually thrown off of Wikipedia because of all of this?
You mean Relong.
Yeah, you're thinking of Relong, who was a big contributor to that as well, but he was so obsessed that even Wikipedia said, dude, you gotta stop, and tossed him off. But Bernstein is still around.
Same thing with Red Pen of Doom and North by Northwest.
Yeah, I don't know all the editors.
North by Northwest was another one. Yeah, they're all out actually by now, which is telling. I mean, that's the funniest thing about it. It's been a year now since all of that drama has gone down, and all of these people are no longer in their positions. Greg Tito is no longer in his position. So many reshufflings, but nobody thinks that anything was ever there to begin with. That's just funny in retrospect.
Yeah, it's a lot of obsession, and I mean, there's obviously people that are going to obsess about this kind of stuff from all angles. It's not just anti-Gamergate, clearly, but I think it will be good to have someone there who doesn't, I mean, he's not going to, oops, sorry, phone alarm, doesn't necessarily represent all of anti-Gamergate, as was pointed out to me, which I agree with, but it'll be good to have at least someone there with a very differing viewpoint from many of us. I think that'll be good for healthy conversation.
Right, and that doesn't mean that he's the last anti-panelist we have. We are still talking and reaching out to other speakers. Some of them we're still trying to confirm. But I mean, if we can get as many sides of the story in as possible and have an understanding of all sides of the story, that's also an important thing that we're also trying to promote. Is like, look, you can't just cover one side without talking about the other. You need to talk about every side as much as possible. Because in journalism, I always ask 3 questions. Is this people, and I've borrowed this a little bit from Aaron Sorkin's The Newsroom, which is this information people need to know about? Do we have both sides of the story, and is it of historical significance? But the second one, which is do we have both sides of the story? When it comes to Gamergate, there are multiple sides of the story. There are multiple people who've been affected by this, and this is why we've asked. I mean, we've gotten flack for it. I don't understand why we've gotten flack for it, but we've explained it multiple times. The reason why we've invited Nicole is because, one, she is a consumer. She is, while she's not like, there on the front lines of Gamergate 24/7 or anything like that, like other people are, she is a girl gamer, she is a consumer, she has her own opinions about it, and we're trying to get as many viewpoints as possible.
May I
Also, I'm
ask
awesome.
which direction this came from? Because it sounds an awful lot like Gamergate revolt.
Yeah. It's usual suspects.
Yeah,
Like, I mean,
wow.
they even have fucking terms like SJW Lite or Gamergate Plus and all of that stuff to label
will
people.
say-
I mean, it's so ridiculous. Excuse me, but it's so ridiculous. Like, you have these people labeling them based because they take an opinion as an attack on them. It's just
The expression
No,
for me
labeling
is
is just
this.
as divisive as non
It's a simple expression.
As in, it's fucking labeling as fuck.
This is
Chan culture doesn't explain.
no. Chan culture warriors.
Perfect. Yeah, I do understand their concerns because I have been one of the people who has not been worried so much about, alienating my audience or something because I don't really have one. So I've never been one of those, like big YouTubers or something that has to, if I disagree with something, I stay quiet about it. I'm actually very vocal when I think certain people in Gamergate or certain parts of Gamergate are being stupid. And I think that's probably a part of why I'll hope to contribute to the discussion, make it interesting as a somewhat more, what would I call it? Not forgiving, but willing to admit shortcomings, I think. And I think
Right,
that
and-
scares a lot of people. I think that scares a lot of people who...
You're not towing the party line.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Right.
Is that
And
the
that's something
idea
that-
of somebody coming out and saying something really fucking stupid, and you kind of go, hang on a second, that's fucking stupid. And you go, yeah, but they're on our side.
Yeah.
That's
just
not,
identity
no.
politics.
I will.
That's-
Here's the thing. That is a perfect example of the American Republican Party at the moment. So,
Oh, I beg your pardon, my friend, but that is the perfect example of both parties at the moment.
oh yes.
That's true, that's true.
Well, hey Kevin, you want to go hang out with a friend?
No,
All
Alright,
right.
have a good one.
take it easy.
Go do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Later.
so
But that's actually something that's like she brings up a good point. Is that Nicole brought up a good point, and the thing is like I one of the things that I've sat in with people from all the people in GJN, which is all five of us, all five people. No one's present in the stream from that, but of all we made it very clear that if we make a mistake, at least we admit it. If we ever were to make a mistake, we will be open and upfront about it, and that's something that we've pretty much advocated for. Is like, look, people are going to make mistakes. If people call us out on a mistake, we have to acknowledge the mistake, but we will do everything we can to investigate it and make sure. Look, if we make a mistake and it's something we can rectify, we are open to the fact that hey, we are fixing it. If we get facts wrong, and facts can, and that always happens in journalism. Facts, sometimes people get misled facts, and it's very common, unfortunately, despite the fact there are so many efforts to try to look for, a fact over nonsense and things like that. Sometimes these things bleed in, but we've made it very clear, and when we update when we post our ethics policy, when we post our corrections policy, these are things that we are going to have in there. We even ask people, hey, if you see us make a mistake, let us know. Because our job is not to spread misinformation. Our job is to spread information. Our job is to report.
Yeah, that's. I muted myself now. Sorry, I've kept my mic down, so. Excuse me. Oh, coffee burp,
That's up.
coffee burp. There it goes. No, it's.
I want coffee now.
What time of day is it now?
Actually, want a vodka now.
5 o'clock.
Oh, is it tea time?
I'm gonna need something.
Actually, I'm good for 2 more questions, but then I have to take off. So if anyone has any more questions about Airplay2,
Favorite game?
I can answer. My favorite video game
Favorite game, yes.
of all time, or just what I'm currently playing?
Currently.
All time.
I think
Let's
all
do
time.
all time.
No.
Go both.
All times. That's rude. It's like
Come
kind of
on.
going pin yourself down to something, and it's like.
You've
what, out
known me
of
for a while,
millions
Robin.
of
When have I been a
possibles?
nice person?
Yeah.
Isn't that rude? That was one of my survey questions.
Okay.
I've never been able to answer that question,
Yeah.
Brad, by the way. I was sitting there like,
It triggers people. It makes them uncomfortable.
Yes.
That's
I'll
a
answer it.
microaggression right there.
My favorite current game, my favorite current video game that I'm playing is Fallout 4. I've been hearing bad things about it, unfortunately. But the thing is because I'm playing it, every little bit as much as possible. It's a little bit enjoyable. So I'm loving Fallout 4 right now. I can't wait for the DLC to come out, which is supposed to be coming out in a couple of days. I think on Tuesday in US. And then my favorite game of all time, it still is to this day Ace Combat 2.
2 out of all of them?
Here's why, because Ace Combat 2
Here
was
come
the
the
first
arguments.
game. Ace Combat 2 was my first game that I bought with my own money, and I played from beginning to end, and I beat the game 100% completed, and that always held a special place in my heart. Now, I'm playing Ace Combat Zero. No, not Zero. Ace Combat Infinity. I'm still playing like a lot of flight sims to this day, but Ace Combat 2 is always going to be my favorite video game on top of the list. That's just my personal opinion, though.
All right. That's cool.
Any last questions before Aaron runs?
Okay, I know it's a little bit too early to ask this, but would future airplays be considered to be made outside the U.S., somewhere in Europe or somewhere else? Or
Well, okay, see, and this is actually like something that if as of this moment, we don't know if we will plan a follow-up Airplay, like Airplay 3 or anything like that, because I think what should be kind of a little bit of a tradition is to try to pass it off to someone else. Like, Kretzky did the first one. Technically, Kretzky and SK did the first one. GGN did the second one. I mean, if we can get someone else overseas to do it, that'd be amazing. I mean, and we would be willing to help you guys out with that. Like, if someone else wants to do it, and that I think that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be really awesome. Yeah.
Airplay Dubai sounds pretty cool.
Good luck getting the funding to fly everyone out.
I would not mind attending that one.
I work a lot with hospitality business here with my photography.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, we could get a deal on a good hotel and get like.
Can we get that trending? Airplay Dubai.
Airplay Dubai.
Spend the whole week just drinking
Suddenly
and partying.
everyone
Like,
wants
oh
to
shit,
go
we
to
have to do a
Dubai.
panel.
I want to go.
I can imagine the headlines now. Gamers all of a sudden want to go to Dubai. Why? Question mark. Oh, man.
And you know what? If we get after parties and we have dancing girls, no one knows.
Dancing girls.
Careful about
Oh gosh, no one can complain. Hey, as long as you advertise, you're going to be unprofessional. Go crazy.
Right.
Okay. In clubs in here that allow that kind of stuff, they usually have the bouncer take all the phones and all the cameras out.
Oh,
no,
damn.
you can't film things. So we can do whatever we want. No one's gonna tell you to leak it.
Yeah, you can have my phone when you pry it from my cold dead fingers.
We'll
Get like a decoy phone.
You can't join the party then.
Oh man. But one thing that we are planning, which would be after Airplay 2, it's somewhat related to Gamergate, but not related to Gamergate, but it is related to gaming journalism, is we want to try to, and this again goes back to the Gaming Journalism 2.0 initiative, is we want to try to start a gaming journalism summit, as a place for like both gaming journalists, it doesn't matter from what outlet you're from, to come by, and the whole idea is to both impart knowledge, train journalists what they should and shouldn't be doing, exchange ideas. Essentially, and this is a very bad example, is, what the game journals list was supposed to do but didn't do, and, that kind of backfired pretty badly. So, we want to make more of a formal, location that, like a conference that, gaming journalists can come by and learn, but we also want to keep it open to the public.
Okay, you're talking about a formal thing or more like a convention?
Here's an interesting thing, guys.
VidCon for YouTubers,
A little bit of both, like formal and, business.
Allow me to.
GDC.
Am I? Can they hear me? Have I muted? No. You can hear me.
You're good.
You're just
Go
ignoring
ahead.
me. Fuck you then. No. No. Here's a question. Right? Okay. So let's say you've got games journalism, and you've got it with Airplay 2. Now, if it were to lead or to be biased towards any particular area, can you imagine it expanding out? Do you think it would be better for it to expand out into the games area, or do you think it would be better for it to actually expand out into the journalism area? Do you think it would have more? It may have more of an impact. So I mean, if you have a look around you in all of the other aspects of, say, entertainment news or Even it can be down to tech, all kinds of things. The journalism is a mess. I mean, we can be quite honest with that.
That's
It is
true.
a mess.
Yeah. Here's the thing: is like when it comes to all this is affecting more. So this is affecting so many things in general, because this is affecting gaming. This is causing a divide among gamers. There are issues in gaming journalism. There are issues in journalism in general. This has been affecting the tech sector in so many different ways. Like this has so many points it points to. It's affecting so many fronts, whether people recognize it or realize it or not. And
I live in a world these days.
My main job is to report on what's going on. My main job is to talk about what's going on. Any change that happens afterwards is completely up to the speakers and everyone else. My job is just to host the conversation and ask the questions.
I've always found that I think more than anything else, it's not only the journalists but the readers themselves. I mean, I meet people every day who say you don't want to believe everything you read in the news, and then we'll repeat something
here's
from the news because
where that
it
originally came
agrees
from.
with their confirmation bias.
Well, actually, and because when it comes to the history of journalism and whatnot, that phrase first came from the fact that as a journalist, you were supposed to tell the hard truth, and you might not agree with the hard truth. No one agrees with the truth most of the time. No one wants to hear the truth sometimes, because then it's it could be so volatile to the point where I can't believe that happened. There's no way that could have happened. That's where that phrase originally came from. But nowadays, that phrase has changed into, what it is now is I don't believe what they say in the news because they are biased, or they're not telling both sides of the story, or X, Y, and Z reason. So if we can get that original phrase back to what it originally was, which was the truth hurts, I would be happy with that. Because that's what that phrase meant.
Who was the question directed at?
Mark,
that was a general question.
are you there? Are you pinned down?
You made it.
Yeah, no, it was 18 Windows updates.
Oh.
Mark, what time is
Yeah,
it
I
for
had
you
the same
over there?
thing this morning.
It's 10:14 a.m. I haven't slept yet.
Yeah, it's called the morning.
Jeez, Mark.
Wait,
Mark.
you just didn't go to bed?
No.
Oh my god.
Mark, when we fly you out to Airplay2, I'm gonna make sure that you sleep the night before.
I slept 1 hour before at the previous
Oh my
Airplay.
gosh.
Jeez,
I'd only
Mark,
slept an hour before it.
Can you at least get 2 hours for Airplay2?
I'll try. I'll aim for 2.
Yeah.
If I have to bring
Great.
sort of like roofies just to make you sleep, I will.
So
you know what we're gonna do every
You're flying
Airplay
Mark with
that
date
happens?
rape drugs now. What the hell?
Oh my god.
It's for the good of the people.
What the hell, Nicole?
Mark,
Who are you?
Holy shit.
It's a video.
Mark, every Airplay
Video
you get
games
invited
taught me.
to. Mark, every Airplay you get invited to, you have to add an hour to your sleep. That's
All
what
right.
you're gonna have to have.
That
By
you.
the way,
Airplay 3,
Airplay is in
3
prime
hours
this
of
year,
sleep.
so good luck.
No. My question, by the way, Mark, just to clarify, was open to anyone.
yeah. You said would it go into the world of journalism or would it go into games journalism? And
Not
I
so
would
much
say
would, but should.
obviously into main journalism because that's more overreaching. I would say which one it actually goes to is whichever group feels most inconvenienced, because really people only really care when they're inconvenienced for the most part.
It would be somewhat ironic that it coming from probably the lowliest end of the journalistic circles for
Yeah,
this
really.
to actually sort of spiral out of control to the point of basically, becoming overarching over, say, mainstream.
Well, I mean,
Actually,
it kind of has really.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with the people who went through the Operation Disrespectful Nod and Gawker lost 7 figures, and then just bringing more and more heat to Gawker and more attention to it, and now, now they're a laughing stock, and people are just becoming even more aware of it. So
Actually, I think what's hilarious is that it took Hulk Hogan to show how bad journalism is sometimes.
Well,
I
I
know,
mean,
but I just
Lynn
love
Wolfe
that they
did
live
say
streamed
it.
it.
Lynn Walsh did say it, in the original SPJ thing when somebody asked her, so what do you think about Gorka, and she was just sort of like, pfft.
Just laughed.
It's just, I mean,
Right.
I think she was flustered at that question. It was like,
Yeah,
there was no way to
you want me to have an opinion on this? I don't want to be rude, but
I think it was actually Ren. I think it was Ren who was like...
Ren also, yeah.
Yeah, he was like, of course they're terrible. I'm like, well, that's the problem. They're terrible, but everyone repeats them as a source.
Well, the other thing that I wanted to really point out more than anything else is that it's not the source that's necessarily the problem, but the chain of events that goes down there. Because you don't know who that it was Gorka that did it half the time. When Gorka's done this, they've passed it down to this person. Jezebel starts pushing it out, then Salon starts pushing it out. You've got HuffPost that starts pushing this out. And then all of this echo chamber starts to throw around. It's like, well, it must be true because everyone's talking about it.
Well, this actually goes back to a question that I did ask that I feel kind of harkens to a harsher little truth is, I asked, well, why was it the mainstream media, when they covered Gamergate, why did they only cover that one side? And the thing is that when you do talk to members of the mainstream media, this is something that happens in journalism a lot, and this is something that is a little bit of an issue sometimes, is they have go-to people who already work in a specific area of journalism that's specific to that thing that they're reporting on. For example, okay, if I'm a journalist sources. And I have to report on something, and the thing is that for a journalism group, their trusted source for gaming news, if they ever were to report on anything gaming related, is going to be the closest affiliate they have to video gaming. For example, if anyone on Fox...
I need to bring something up here. One of these people for the Guardian was actually Lee Alexander.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And here's the thing. When you look at that, the Guardian's going to want to talk to Leigh Alexander because they know she is a gaming journalist. Was. Well, but this is at the time.
She was gaming journalism.
Yeah, but this also goes to like Fox News. If Fox News is going to report on anything gaming related, the person they're going to talk to first is IGN.
Yeah.
Because the closest place they do have is IGN. And the problem is that when you have all these gaming journalism groups that are talking about the same narrative, that Gamergate is this and not anything else,
well, it's we're also going into
the think about what the other issue is.
We're also going into the nepotism angle, of course, as well. So it's not just trusted sources, but it's trusted mates.
And if I can, I'm just gonna clap for Brad because he was trying to like not be like everyone else and actually trying to find information.
Thank you, Brad. Yeah.
You're Gamergate even though you don't want to be.
Yeah. just by virtue of not agreeing, you became one of us. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a default. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to take off. I have to prepare for a couple of panels later on tonight, and hopefully they'll
speak
go
to you, Aaron.
Thank you, and I am free to talk about Airplay 2 at any given point. Mark and Nicole, you can ask them questions, and I'm sure they'll answer them as well.
Leading up to it, mate, I'll be trying to make as many people aware of it as possible. So come
Thank
on
you
back.
very much. Yeah, I'll be just keep me posted, and if I am awake, I will join in.
Awesome.
I will be inviting you to the open house guest list, so you can.
Okay, cool.
At any point, you can just pop yourself in. Could you just send me a message from your
VIP.
actual Twitter account? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I will.
Good man.
Wait, do you want the Game Journalism Network Twitter or my personal Twitter?
Well, probably your personal would be better.
Yeah, okay, I'll send you both to be on the safe side.
Good man.
All right.
See you there.
See ya.
Take it easy.
Later,
Aaron.
Is it good?
Yeah, it was a mildly awkward goodbye.
Okay, we can talk about it.
And now we can talk shit.
Now we can talk shit about Aaron, yeah. If you would like to talk shit, you can just pop yourself down to @RSOLGTP. You see the lovely arrow pointing there that I'm flicking on and off because I've got all my snazzy graphics. Yeah, just send me a link, send me a message on there. Give us a follow, and I can DM you the Hangout link. If obviously you're not already blocked by me.
If you're not, oh shit.
And yes, it's not me, it's you. But anyway,
By the way, speaking of the Guardian,
There it
Lee
goes.
Alexander, I actually sent an email off to, that was one of the people, Jemima Kiss, I believe is her name. She's the tech editor, senior tech editor.
Yeah, I've seen her name
Not
as
enough
well.
women in gaming.
Jemima.
She's the one that wrote that email to Guardian staff, tell them not to
Touch it.
Oh,
talk
that we're
about
not going to talk
Gamergate,
about it.
and that Leigh Alexander would be coming in to talk about it. So I sent her an email to ask her about the veracity of that.
Yeah.
Check to make sure that that's legitimate, that was one of her emails.
Could you
and,
have a
I
chat
guess
to
you
us
got-
about your gatekeeping, please?
and she has not responded.
No
Are you-
shit.
Ah, surprise.
Interesting.
Are you blocked on Twitter yet, Brad? Did she block you?
By her, I don't know. I am
Probably
blocked by-
already harassment, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Arthur Chu sought me out to block me. Like his wasn't even an automatic thing. He this was quite a while ago too. I think when I started doing my interview with a hashtag article and was on KIA. And he actually looked me up just to block me, I think.
Yeah, I think
Which
that
is pretty
happened
cool.
with that happened to me with Tim Schafer. I didn't tag him in, but I talked about him. I used his name, and then like a few hours later, I was blocked by him. I was like,
yeah.
"Aw."
You know,
course, I was-
here's the thing about Tim Schafer. I used to be the guy who defended him for the joke that he made. I was like, it's just a joke. But guys, just chill. You know, we make jokes all the time. It's a silly joke.
Yeah, well,
it's a stupid joke. It fell
It was,
flat.
it's more
It
to
was
do
a
with the
silly joke
hypocrisy.
at GDC.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Thing
but
is-
that
it's
is-
right.
that
It's
is
not so much
something
the
else.
joke, but the hypocrisy behind it.
I know. The thing is, I was like, it fell flat. It was stupid, but it's just a joke. And he blocked me.
'Cause you
Of course,
call
there's
that
I
that-
said, well,
stupid.
fuck you.
There was that lawyer that was in the Brianna Wu's The Internet Ruined My Life thing on Sci-Fi.
Oh yeah.
And I asked him a question and boof, block. Immediate
Oh my
block.
god. What was the question?
I'm blocked by a lot of people before I
He-
even knew who the fuck they were.
Yeah, he said in the TV show, he said Gamergate is a group mostly men who have banded together for one thing, to harass women out of online gaming.
Yeah, Nicole, what the hell? Why are
people-
you here?
So I asked him how did he know that's why Gamergate banded together, and boof, block. But so I sent him an email, and he answered, and he's a nice guy.
Ah.
Yeah, he turned out to be a nice guy. He talked about they edited out a lot of what he was talking about,
Ah.
and he
Of course
said
they
that
did.
what he's learned from is that he's got friends that have been. He's like an anti-harassment guy. He was at South by Southwest, one of the panelists,
Okay.
and so
Yeah, I
that's partly where he got his info from. And he actually asked me if I had any other info to give it to him. He said he was he's sorry that he blocked me. He's sorry if I'm offended that he blocked me, and that he did that because he was starting to block a lot of people because he was starting to get anti-Semitic comments.
That's what I'm.
And well, I looked it up. I did a search, and he got one. One person said, "Oh yeah, of course it'd be a Jew," or something like that.
Oh my god.
Gosh.
Come on, I've said a lot
Well, I
worse
will
things
say,
than that.
one of the things that
Who
I'm
here
hoping...
hasn't been accused of being Jewish?
I have.
In fact, I'll share a really quick story with you guys. Probably gonna laugh. For like a year on my channel, there was a user who'd go into my comments and every single video ask, "Are you Jewish?" I have no clue why he would, but then I made it a running gag, where in one video where I was talking to the viewers, I was like, I had made videos for a while, so I was showing comments people made, and I just put like, "Are you Jewish?" as one of the questions they asked, and everyone got a laugh out of it.
I got two questions. Like I was asked if I was Jewish or not, and also I was asked if I was Pakistani, and I was like, okay,
Are you Pakistani?
no, I am not.
Well, kind of going back to the whole like Gamergate is all men thing, originally before there was any sort of surveys, any sort of data on this stuff, it was always, well, that's what I see on Twitter, and no matter how valid the survey methods are, no matter what it is that we try to do or what it is that we do, like I see people already trying to deny Brad your data, even though I think, as someone who's been doing research for 5-6 years now, and like working with statistics and data and things like that, I mean, I think it's as sound as it's going to get as far as surveying people goes. And it's one of those things where it's like all surveys are going to have problems, all surveys are going to be have that amount of doubt, but it's just like, okay, so you're trying to tell me that Gamergate is whatever 100% men, and here's data that says otherwise, and then you're doubting the validity of that data, but you have nothing else. Like you don't have any data in return, so I'm just going to take the most valid data that I have here.
Well, I think
like,
for a lot of these
it just blows my mind.
They've spent. It seems we've got a bunch of people who think that what is true or what is right or whatever like that is really who's or how hard you convince. It's not really about the facts of the matter. It's to do with making sure that you push the opinion enough.
Yeah, it's like, well, I don't like that survey. Like, okay, well, what else do you have? I have nothing. Okay, I'm gonna go
bias and extreme.
You know what it is, Robin? It's like making a wish. If you try hard enough,
yeah,
your data will be right.
Yeah, and it's like I don't like these statistics, and it's like, well, tough. Sorry,
yeah, like, you don't have anything else.
It's like making a wish, huh? You know what my mom used to tell me about wishes? Wish in one hand, shit in the other. See which one fills up first.
Charming lady.
Charming woman.
I've had very similar comments on my survey from from certain segment of anti-Gamergate. Saying they make the same comments as GGR. It's the exact same kind of. They say the exact same things, except GGR throws in cuck and SJW.
Yeah, they're favorite buzzwords.
If you're getting it from both extremes, you're probably doing something good. So,
I mean, depending on who you ask, they'll say GGR is anti-Gamergate. I say it to me it boils down to the it's like it's at the point where the people who block me with like the anti-consumer folks in the games and media, it's like, well, if you've blocked me or you're gonna act dumb, then I'm just not gonna engage you.
Yeah.
I think it's that. I think
you're on the internet and you're welcome to have your opinions.
When it comes to Gamergazi and GGR, I think we're experiencing the horseshoe effect.
Oh yeah. I feel that.
That's pretty much the best way to describe it. That one can't stand you because you're them, and the others can't stand you because you're not them enough.
Well, yeah, I mean, like I said, it's the internet. You're gonna encounter opinions. You gotta just kind of accept
opinions.
That, right?
Opinions.
Not opinions.
Yeah. Harmful opinions.
Please stop.
They're like assholes. Everybody has one, and they all stink.
Exactly.
And they've got shit around the lips. But I don't know why that came up. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I am. I'm the second person to hear this stuff. Okay, you're the first. What can I do?
I'm the freaking rude one here. Come on now.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Know your role, man.
You're just being cheeky because it's your stream.
Yeah, it's my stream.
You're out of your element, Donnie.
But so shall we start the firing squad for Gorka?
Yes, please.
Okay, bets on when it closes.
I don't know.
I don't think it'll close. They'll go ahead and go through the appeal process, which is going to cost them quite a bit of money. But I think they will probably have to cut back on some employees. But I don't think they'll close
as well, didn't they?
Have you seen Dangerous Analysis video on Gawker, Brad?
Yes, I did.
So,
The one
what
with Marco
are your
and
thoughts
Lava?
on that? Yeah. Could I ask your
I
opinion
haven't
about
watched the
it?
video, so can you give me like a TLD on that? Because
Yeah, actually, with Cernovich, he has some bullet points on there. If you can bring that up. See, I'm looking for it. It'll
okay.
take me a bit. So talk amongst yourselves while I search for it.
All right. I think what happened with Gawker is that yes, they would go through the appeal process. However, you look at their net value is 300 million. When you talk about 115 million just in damages, plus they haven't decided how much the punitive charges are going to be, plus legal charges, I think they'll minimize into this tiny, tiny thing. They're not going to like fully close, but they're not going to be as big.
Yes, that's what I think. Okay, here are the bullet points. Gawker had excellent legal counsel. This was just a case that no one could win. New York snark does not translate well to judges and juries, which is absolutely correct. No one wants to see these assholes saying, yeah, well, if a kid's 4 years old, I wouldn't put a sex tape up. Gawker will need to post an appeal bond of 10% of the damages verdict. So I guess that doesn't include the punitive, or I'm not sure if it does or doesn't. I guess we
That's still 11 million then, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or possibly more, because the bondsman would be a third party, so they would have to get more money for themselves, and I guess. I don't know. I'm not too sure. The jury may award up to 3 times the punitive damages. Gawker's revenue last year was around 44 million. There's no way Gawker can afford to pay this verdict. It says Gawker owns several websites like Jezebel and Kotaku. Those sites may be sold off to the lowest bidder, or what they say lowest in parentheses.
Just imagine if Gamergate puts on a fund and buys Kotaku.
I would love to buy Kotaku.
Wouldn't that be great?
People would
make Kotaku great again.
Greatest, fastest Gamergate fundraiser to ever happen.
As much as I don't agree with the guy, but imagine if Milo becomes like the head of Kotaku.
Right, Tech buys out Kotaku. I would pay. Yeah, I disagree with Milo too, but I would pay good money to see that happen.
Yeah, it says in order to appeal the verdict, Gawker must put up the full verdict amount or pay 10% non-refundable to a company. Bottom line, Gawker will need to pay millions of dollars out of pocket to appeal the Hulk Hogan verdict. And that, win or lose, that 10% is gone.
Isn't there some sort of punitive damages thing that's going to be coming down on them as well?
Well, then there's going to be the punitive damages, yes. But
so there's the
right
115 mil, and then there's punitive damages to a multi-million-dollar company.
Plus legal fees.
Mm-hmm. And those legal fees are probably huge.
The punitive damages are going to be interesting, but at the same time, didn't Nick Danton hint at still having like a, do you call it an ace? I don't know the expression in English. When you have a hidden ace in your pocket.
Again, ace up his sleeve.
Ace in the hole.
Ace up his sleeve.
The way I've seen a couple of articles written like that.
You don't know British culture.
All right.
Have
you guys seen any of that?
I actually didn't see that.
I think it was on New York Magazine, if I remember correctly.
Something I also haven't seen is apparently a lot of the Gawker company writers are taking to Twitter to talk about, like, basically drinking a lot because they're about to be fired. And it made me kind of sad at first, but I was like, you know what? There's the 2 or 3 good Kotaku / Gawker writers will have probably no problem finding a real job. The rest of them, after seeing how Gawker operates internally through that trial and how shitty they are, like truly scummy, awful people.
Yeah, I mean,
don't feel
at least they have standards, though. They wouldn't publish, say, like a sex video with a 4-year-old.
Yeah, Jesus.
Because,
oh my God! Did you see their
is perfectly okay.
Their response to that woman who was potentially raped in a bathroom, like in a puddle of pee, and they were like, "Well, this is the consequences you have to face. Tough shit, kid. Blah blah blah." And it was like, oh my god, you heartless.
So that wasn't someone from Jezebel, I take it.
No, I think it was just Gawker.
Right, yeah.
It might have been Denton himself.
I forget, but yeah, it was just reading that made me so angry.
Yeah, but I don't know if they like laid off half of Kotaku or all of Kotaku. I don't know if they would find jobs easily, because there's not that much out there for big games journalism.
I've heard that it's very competitive to get into, especially if you want to get paid.
Yeah, exactly.
And essentially, they've developed a very, very, very poor reputation from working at those places. So it's their prospects are not
I'm sure
very
they've.
good, as I've been told.
What wouldn't surprise me is that if they found jobs with PR.
Very likely.
It's not just PR. Like, if you are just a normal blogger, a normal gaming blogger, and you are actually not attacking your audience day in and day out, you could actually make it on YouTube as a freelancer. But these guys, I don't think they pleased any of their audience. They attacked them day in and day out, like I said. So, yeah, if you go on your own, your audience are not going to be with you because you kind of you fucked that up.
I sometimes think that perhaps, if you have a look at sort of like the games journalism world over the last few years, people will be complaining about, the social justice menace, and I often think that a lot of people who are big gamers and stuff like that just really aren't interested in gaming press so much, and so they're trying more than anything else to appeal to a completely different audience.
Yeah, well, I went on my little Twitter rant the other day about the disconnect, because I saw, what was the game the writer was talking about? Oh, no, he was talking about that movie, that first-person shooter movie, and he didn't like the violence in the movie. And this is a game reviewer who, I don't like violence. And if you go back 10, 15 years, I remember I gave the example of Soldier of Fortune, which was a really violent game. You blow guys' heads off and their arms off and their legs off, and
it was controversial.
Shoot them in the crotch, and
they advertised that as a feature.
Exactly, and game reviewers gave it a very good score. In the 80s usually for their score.
But this was this is due to more than anything else that a lot of people looked at this as a technological thing.
Yeah,
that's the difference between game reviews now, and I think it's more to do with the fact that we've come to a point where there's a bit of a
disconnect.
No, not so much that. If you have a look at say gaming through the mid to late 90s up until say early 2000s and stuff like that, a lot of the interest was on the technology, but we've now hit this plateau where if you want to make a game that pushes a system to its very, very limits, you're having to put in a buttload of money, like hundreds of millions of dollars, to really push a gaming system to its full limits. So we're talking about a plateau in risk reward here. If you're going to throw $100 million into a game, you want that game to sell well. That has to sell well. So, of course, in order to push something to its limits, beforehand, when you were pushing systems to their limits, you wouldn't have to spend that sort of money. You wouldn't have to put in that sort of technology as such. It was really, time and effort, of course, and an idea. So now that those earlier days of from black and white TV to color TV to high def or whatever like that, we're looking at 4K and 3D at this point, but those aren't really anything of worth. Now we're getting to the point where we're talking about the playability, the game, the story, the writing. So the reviews now are I would say should at least be a lot more nuanced in this way. But there's less and less appreciation towards the technological aspects of the games. So
I can give you some.
The writing has moved from, oh my god, this engine works so well, or oh my god, this is they've really given us a technological tour de force here, to sort of, well, I'm expecting the technological tour de force here. That people do so many different open world games these days. But doing an open world game 5-10 years ago was appreciated just for that.
I disagree with you, Robin, but I'll jump in after Brad.
Yeah, I was going to give you some exclusive Gamergate survey data.
Ooh.
It's like 81% of you people agree with the comment, I like violent video games.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Only 68% of you people like sexy video games.
I wasn't in that survey, otherwise it would be a little bit up.
You didn't take the survey? What the hell's wrong with
I sent you an email, you didn't ever replied.
Yeah, you prefer
Hell's wrong with you?
you prefer is it sexy violence or violent sex?
Looks like sexy violence here.
Depend
Because
on
it's
you-
violence over sex.
Depending on who you ask, they're the same thing. But anyway, yeah. And before I jump
Depends
into
on
it,
how many date rape drugs Nicole puts in you.
Yeah.
oh god,
Beware.
as long as I can wake up in time to stumble around with my words in front of everyone. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna say I disagree with you, Robin. It's not a matter.
How dare you? Get out!
Yeah. Okay.
Kicked, banned, blocked.
I wouldn't even say it's a matter of trying to get the full effort, because from my experience in the industry, a lot of people don't do that. They don't make the full effort. I mean, their early trailer, their what do they call them? Bullshot. Their bullshot trailers might look awesome, but the game never ends up looking like that. Really, what it ends up happening is the industry's gotten so big that there's two groups in the industry who look at how profitable it is, and there's the AAA level, which is mainly like big publishers, who think, okay, if I throw money at it, I'll get more money back, like it's some sort of multiplication machine, which is not the case. And then since to make a highly detailed model, and making everything highly detailed means a lot of talented developer artist hours. So they just throw the money at the advertising or the PR folks. And on the other side, there's the smaller scale people, and I'm not saying all indies, and I'm not saying all AAA as well.
Yeah,
but
I was really looking towards more the AAA in the sense that, for example, if you want to fill in a game, we're talking about audience expectation as well, for example. So they're expecting high-end graphics in a AAA game. If you turn up to and say that you're a AAA game and you're going to be charging somebody $60, $80 or whatever like that for the thing, and it looks like it's come out of 1992, you're not going to get very far. It doesn't matter how good the game is. It's that there is a level that you have to achieve at this point. There's a good enough amount of technology to be able to do that.
If it was marketed hard enough, then yeah, people still might buy it, I would say. And on the other side, the more quote-unquote indie side, it's all about status. I mean, both groups end up putting their focus on media and trying to sort of... Well, I mean, I made the tweet the other day. I said, and this goes back to my pet issue, I said, like, nerd and geek were slurs, and the people who tell you, oh no, those words are totally okay now, are the ones who are trying to sell you something. So for both of these groups, they're taking a hobby that was seen as undesirable by social norms. That is, you sit inside a dark room playing games all day. You don't really do that. But, you're not going out acting like a normal person. You're just playing video games. Okay. And they see it's now very profitable. So like, oh, let's just focus on that and then repackage what it means to be that. So on the AAA side, it's Mountain Dew Doritos.
We have a sort of like I wouldn't say an expression, but like you've got like white middle class kids that end up talking patois.
No, I've never heard of that word before.
Well, it's sort of like a broken Jamaican slang type thing. So they just want to they just want to sound street. And it's like kind of going, yeah, I'm the underclass man in it. It's like, okay, kids, yeah, go back to your gated estate. Off you go.
And
get your mum to pick you up.
And with the the smaller side, they see this developing as an art form, and they're very keen to say, oh, I'm an artist, or I made this, but they don't understand the first thing about game design. Like, you can tell a story, but you can tell a story in many mediums. You know, it doesn't have to be a game. So the idea of sort of just being one of those people who are there, it's I would say it's really for status and really for trying to say, I mean that's what the Gamers Are Dead articles were about. They were trying to take control of what a gamer was.
Well, I think they were trying to overarch it more than anything else, and just kind of.
Well, yeah, I mean they were failing to. They couldn't control it, so they were trying to kill it.
Mm.
They were trying to shame the word. And it's basically it's what I call culture commodification, not appropriation, because that's the crazy word. But commodification, basically, where it's like where a group sees a culture or subculture or counterculture, whatever you want to call it, and they're like, or here, like you said, I know in my first video, I think I mentioned, like, so perfect example would be punk culture, punk rock culture, where it's all like, you know, fuck the system, you know, screw the man. You know, people would even make their own clothes. But then you have these kids who go to the mall and they go to Hot Topic and they buy all their punk clothes. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
This is the exact opposite of what you're supposed to be doing.
When you start seeing a studio exec walking around in artificially worn out jeans.
Yeah. It's so,
you know,
so
it's like
basically,
kind of you thought that was cool because you saw the kids wearing it. You didn't realize that they just couldn't afford new fucking jeans.
yeah. Or that was, they were trying to make a statement on what it means to have new clothes, and they're like, no, I want my clothes to look worn in, and they just wore their jeans to hell. But yeah, it's very much sort of a means of taking symbols of a culture or counterculture, subculture, whatever kind of culture, and then selling it to people, because on a deep level, we want to be liked or accepted. So if we see something that people like, a culture, we want to say we're that culture without actually earning it.
Mm.
We just want the easy way because we've become so accustomed.
Cultural appropriation.
Oh,
I would say commodification, because I mean it's not really on the person. If the person doesn't know it, you know, you can't really take someone to task something they're ignorant about. It's when they willingly choose to be ignorant, then, you know, there's a problem. But I think Nuck wanted to change topic. Sorry.
Well, it's
Oh no,
it's
no,
sort
I
of,
actually don't.
well,
It's very
sort of,
on topic.
It's sort of the Facebookification, I suppose, is probably a good way to describe it. When you first got on Facebook and stuff like that, it's like kind of going, oh yeah, this is cool, all this sort of business. And when your mum's on there, you're sort of kind of going, yeah.
Robin,
I'm
it's
sort
dramatic
of over
reading
this.
time.
Oh wait,
Yeah.
actually,
It's dramatic reading time for you,
No,
Robin.
hold on.
Dramatic
Before you
reading
get started,
time.
hold on. Before you guys get started, I want to say really quick. I think the idea of cultural appropriation, the way that people use it, or use the term, it's a shame, is stupid. I think it's very healthy, and I would encourage people to go explore cultures. I don't think it's a bad thing. But I think when a large group is now selling pieces of a culture, that's a bad thing. And that's it.
No, I mean,
That
okay,
comes with
I live in,
popularity, though, of a group, let's say, or at least
Yeah.
you know, that sort of thing. I mean, I think you know, look at say computers, for example. I mean, you must remember in the early '90s or whatever like that, you felt almost like you were you know, proselytizing them to people, and you're sitting there kind of going, everyone's going to have these, and they're all sitting there going, yeah, but I'm not into computers. And it's like, how into your phone are you? You know, you're literally convincing people, you need to get one of these things. You need to get on board with this, because eventually everyone's going to be having this, and you need to understand this. Mum, listen to me. You know,
Mum.
please, just look at Skype for 5 seconds. Yes, hit the button. No, it's Mum. It's a speech bubble. It's not a caravan. You know, just getting the olds to get on board. You know, and it's. I suppose in a sense there's lots of people who you may say it's a counterculture and stuff like that, but it's also there's a certain chunk of that counterculture that would like it to be universally accepted, let's say, or at least given its respect, you know. And of course,
Well, I mean,
the danger of that is, of course, then once it's been given its respect, the mainstream come in and fuck it all up. And complain, you know. I always say that the internet was made far too user-friendly. Now,
Robin, you should totally do a dramatic reading session with this Google group I sent you. There is a specific post which is titled "On Quote-Unquote Gamers," and this list, several names from this list are actually on Deep Freeze. Most of them work for Critical Distance, and I don't know if you've seen the visualizations. They get a lot of money from a lot of people, and they have lots of coverage for
Which bit
lots
am I
of
reading
people.
here, mate? Which one am I?
Excuse me?
Which bit am I reading here? I'm looking at.
Just look at the very first one for starters. It's just beautiful. Like
Okay,
pretty
Alan-
much any comment there is poison when it comes to
Okay,
gamers.
let me get
just
my-
one
I-
little addendum.
I'll do my
These
radio voice for this one. Hello, kids.
These are all from 2013.
Right, here comes the story.
Hello, fellow
Keep that in mind.
Here comes the
Keep
story.
that in mind.
Are you tucked in?
2013.
Are you ready? Then we'll
Ready.
begin.
Go for it.
Last night, I was editing copy for issue 2 of 5 out of 10, coming soon to the digital store near you. And one of the writers had used the word gamer extensively throughout. As I edited, I basically did a bulk find and replace of the term. I hate it. My rationale is that I read gamer as analogous to film buff or music snob, someone who is obsessively dedicated, an otaku, if you like, with a blinkered mentality that implies a player is someone who is playing the game, analogous to viewer, listener or reader. Foot for players and people who want to understand players. It's not for gamers. I think most of the time people say gamers, especially we gamers. I don't call myself a gamer. So don't paint me with that brush, please. They actually mean players. What a semantic.
Seriously.
I don't understand this guy because the term player already has a fucking meaning, and it's not someone who plays games.
Player.
This might be the side effect of seeing a million different websites and publications that have abused the term gamer to the point it's no longer salvageable. But can I have a sanity check here? Am I being ridiculous? Alan, yes, you are being ridiculous.
Maybe they should form a mailing list so they keep track of what term they want to use.
This is one of the premises of my book.
So-
One of the premises of my book is that how Gamergate, from the survey, that you guys really very much identify as gamers. That's very important to you. What was it, 94, 95%? Something crazy like that?
Wow.
So that's... well, again, I'm giving away my book here.
No. You're giving away the data.
Available
Your
in
book is
no
gonna-
bookstores soon.
Your book is going to explain it nice and clearly
Available
in a way that we can digest it. That's what your book does. So don't
Oh,
worry.
okay.
Dial
But-
555-555-555.
Yeah, so when the journalists no longer serve the hardcore gamers, which is what they're doing, because they're saying stuff like violence is wrong, which is not something a hardcore gamer would ever say. That's Gamergate was inevitable.
Well, for example,
Definitely.
violence in games. Hang on a second. Let's have a look at almost every single story that's ever written. Oh, look, there's a protagonist, an antagonist. What are they going to have a conversation and then hug afterwards? I mean, for crying out loud, it's a game dynamic.
Come on,
That's all.
Robin. Every game has to be Undertale now. Didn't you hear? Every game has to be Undertale.
I'm
I
shaking
do
my
love
head
Undertale
right
and Stardew Valley. And I realize it's not that I dislike games with violence, but I do tend to play the games that are very cutesy and adorable and sweet.
Sure.
Stardew Valley, for example.
Yeah, like right
Glitter
now.
wars.
I'm a big stereotype.
What's wrong with that? I mean,
Go home, gamer girl.
there's
Yeah.
nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with you going against those. I think when I actually answered the survey for Brad, I said I didn't like. I think I said I didn't use the term gamer to identify it because I came to not like the term. Yeah, no, I preferred game enthusiast because to me, gamer got run into the ground as is. What's up, bro? Drink Mountain Dew, get double XP, bro.
So you're a different reason.
now. That's
You
COD
prefer
player.
a game enthusiast as a pronoun now?
No, you're
That's your
talking about no. That's not gamers. Those are COD players.
Hey now.
Right. But I'm
Top
saying
player.
that's the media
Do
like
you
try
have
to transform it
Xbox
to.
Live? Are you playing a 3-year-old game? Then you're a COD
Yes.
player.
Yeah, so you were one of it was 43 people out of 724 who said that they are not a gamer. It does not describe them well.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
Gee,
You were
fancy
one of
pants.
43. Yeah.
So see, you don't have to feel weird, Nicole, about being like not in the
You see-
majority of his data.
Yeah,
Not hella hardcore.
I'm
Or
don't,
20 minutes good.
I'm much more of a generalist when it comes to this sort of thing. I'm certainly a gamer, but I'm also a games enthusiast. So I really would prefer that in the sense of somebody who really likes to play games. That's what they do. But there's plenty of people out there that really like to play games, but they aren't necessarily games enthusiasts. And what I mean by that term is that a games enthusiast really wants to know what's behind the curtain. A games enthusiast is somebody who is interested in what shaders mean, is interested in sound effect design, is interested in how the actual bricks and mortar of a game are actually produced. Gamers, however, I know gamers who know more about games than me, but wouldn't consider themselves games enthusiasts.
I think that's probably where you and I agree on, because I remember that one time we were playing GTA, and that mission was just tearing us up, and I'm like, no, there's a spot on this map we're not realizing where we could stand here, and the AI will not see us.
Yeah, you're a cheater. That's what you are.
No. I'm learning how to exploit the system that the designers have implemented.
It's called bug using. Bug using is not cheating.
Wait, what mission was this?
It was one of the Lamar missions where you have to protect some vans. And
you just get caught in an ambush, and you're basically surrounded from all sides. And
that's a tough one. Yeah,
and I think I narrowed it down to there's a big shipping container and there's a fence, and I was like, all right, let's post ourselves here, and we should have an easier time not getting shot up.
Yeah, and my learning experience from that was really, maybe I should put the rocket launcher away.
That's crazy talk right there.
It was a sad day.
I'm a big fan of the rocket launcher.
Yeah.
Explosions are cool.
But yeah,
And yes, and I just said that.
Yeah, like I said, if you have a really big interest in how games are made, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have a big interest in gaming.
Yeah.
You know,
a good point.
You've got people who are really big on art and production and things like that, but that doesn't mean that they watch a lot of films.
My take is that if you know how to end the sentence, if you know the cake is, if you know how to end that sentence, you're
grown. The cake is grown, but yeah, no, I follow you, Brad.
Yeah.
The cake
Or just
is
means
what?
you're a
The
dank
cake is
meanster.
untrue. The cake is.
The cake is gay.
Cake is false. The cake is
fictitious.
delicious and moist.
There you go.
cake is quite tasty.
So now you're a
Cake is
cake.
an orphan.
Are you saying you're a cake enthusiast or a caker?
I'm a caker for life. That just sounds like some sort of slur.
Cake.
You know, as an adamant pie lover, I feel very oppressed and excluded from this situation, from this discussion.
Are you a pie enthusiast or a pier?
Yeah, so for these guys to turn around and start like talking about players and stuff like that, I suppose he probably means basically, you know, people who just sort of like, oh look, I've got some time and I've got a phone.
One of the comments was amazing. The cake is an oppressive system which marginalizes women.
Unconventional
body types.
That's gross.
Cake is a social construct.
Oh, there you go.
Actually, I have a question regarding Airplay. Would that be cool?
Yeah.
I mean, we'll try and answer it.
We'll try, yeah.
Yeah, mostly like to both you guys. What is your goal going in?
You can go first,
do you-
Max.
you
Well, I
want me to
have
go first?
mine, but yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
you go first, and then I'll fancy it up
Okay.
to left.
Oh, you're okay. So you can look better than me.
Well, so I don't go.
It's not a competition, kids.
I think my goal is to beat Mark, and
Oh, that won't
Like
work.
physically?
No, to drug
Well,
or
I mean,
beat
I
him.
do-
You're
those drugs.
already prettier than me. You won.
No, I think my goal would be to, I mean, like I was saying earlier,
Feeling
just
some
to have
sexual
more.
tension here, folks.
My goal would be to continue the conversation that was cut off last time and just try to further it and try to be open-minded but still defending the values that I hold dear to myself and trying to be a representative as good as possible for people who are supportive of Gamergate. Not being able to represent everyone, but at least try to be sort of a voice for the voiceless, I suppose, and just, I don't know, have a good discussion. That's really my goal for the whole thing, is just, I mean, I don't expect to come out with any sort of compromise, but I do really hope that we can sort of move the conversation forward, because I'm one of those people that really, really sees the value in talking about things and talking through things. So that's really my main goal.
You need to just clarify why you hate women.
Yeah, I just need to expose my personal misogyny to the world.
No, it's actually just because you're so into men that you want to please the men, and therefore.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
No, you want to be seen as the cool girl. That was Zangazi yesterday.
Oh gosh, yeah.
It's so ridiculous. I just wow. Stuff like this blows my mind. Anyway, Mark.
Yeah, I mean it's more or less the same answer. And because Nicole's very nice and went first to give me a chance to like think. I think I've heard that toy before. Whoever's using that toy, I could swear I've heard it before in my life. But anyway.
Come here, Max. Come here. Give me the toy. Give me the toy.
Oh, it's like a squeezy toy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah, I think I saw one of those like at a Walgreens or something. But anyway, just really to discourage ignorance, because and I said this when Gigi had most of its heat. I said, individually you cannot be louder than the media. You do not have the same reach. As a group, you might be able to shout louder than the media for like a briefest of moments, but they can run farther. What you can do is if you continue to not shut up, eventually you can outlast the media, because the media runs on money. Where you going on the internet and saying, "Hey, I don't like this," that costs you next to nothing.
We do this for free, folks.
So send money.
So just make sure discourage ignorance and be another voice out there that doesn't allow various folks within media cliques or whatever to have their way and say, this is what really happened, when it's not, when it's actually BS.
I'd like to bring my hope towards this more than anything else, is that this reaffirms something that I think as we all age, we understand and learn, is that you really need to watch out for what you're being told.
Mm-hmm.
That's the overarching thing here. This is a theme that keeps on springing up every single year, and there's a new idiot being born every day, and everybody needs to be reminded. Watch out about what you hear, and that doesn't matter.
I'll go after you.
Well, it doesn't matter where it's coming from, left or right. Watch out more than anything else from who you agree with.
Yeah, I'll just say, I've said both in my videos and in articles I've written, question all media, especially if someone's trying to make money off of you, and even question me, but at least, take that one piece of advice for yourself, because otherwise it's weird and you get into like a weird sort of
paradox.
Plato Socrates so it's like, at least stick with me on that.
Sort of like a logical Mobius loop. Yeah.
But yeah,
excuse me.
No, it's fine.
The thing I was gonna jump on, which you mentioned earlier, as in the slow cooking effect, just we were gonna outlast them. That was definitely one thing that was on my mind as well. And the other thing is, and I think Koretsky pointed this out at the end of Airplay 1, was that Watergate took like an entire year or two just in research work, just to get it out, like to compile all of the information and put it all together. And then still after it was out, it still took even longer for the public to accept it. So it was going to be a long game to start with,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Because there
It
is
was a
so
marathon.
much involvement.
I'm not so sure about that allegory, really, to be honest with you, because we're not talking about an internet age. Everybody knows. They've had it thrown at them. They've had it thrown at them from mainstream. They've had it thrown at them. It is
I
to
have
do
to
with whittling down denial.
I have to point out though that Watergate was also started by 5 guys who broke into the hotel.
And I believe they ate burgers beforehand.
Yeah.
And fries.
But no,
I actually went and checked if the first name checked
yeah.
out if this was another one of those weird obscurities.
But Nux, what I'm saying is that it's like Baz, for example, had like a parent come up to him and ask him about Gamergate. So it turned up on your doorstep from mainstream.
Oh God, I had my boss ask me about Gamergate.
Yeah. So it's not that people don't know. It's to do with their choice as whether to accept, believe, or not. That's what's going on here. And there are people that are choosing to either deny what was going on or not. Not so much based upon even political will or anything like that, but in some cases for financial. There's people who have got their careers in the gaming world and stuff like that. And I've had some of my friends say to me, "You need to back out of this one, mate. It's just." It's now just painted as a bunch of right-wing nutcase reactionaries and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there kind of going, well, and I know this person doesn't believe that, but they know that they're sitting there kind of going, yeah, but you've lost the media war. And I'm sitting there kind of going, you only lose it if you give up.
Yep. This is like kind of, it was very much the case like during the SVU episode, but what I think a lot of the folks in the media who are so eager to say, "Oh, Gamergate just hates women" or what have you, for whatever their motive, whatever their reason, what I don't think they realize is they bring it up, even if they think they're gonna do, they're gonna game drop and get some clicks. They bring it up, it opens the discussion again.
Yeah.
People are gonna say, "Oh, what's that?" It's like if you don't like it, maybe you should stop talking about it. Because you're making it relevant again.
Yeah, I mean, and every time there's a massive internet censorship wave, Kotaku in action gains like another 10,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
It's awesome.
It's Pandora's box. The lid don't go back on.
It doesn't. I'm covering it in the book, and every other day
they're stuck. They're stuck in this loop because they gotta say it. They have to say it, otherwise they were lying before. So now they're stuck in this loop of having to say, no, it really was. I wasn't bullshitting all this time. Honest.
What were you saying, Brad?
Oh, I was just saying that what was I saying?
In the book. I just about the book.
No.
Yeah, there's stuff happening with Gamergate every week, every day almost. That like, now there's South by Southwest with the Gamergate thing. Oh, I got right about that. And now there's that ass from Riot Games throwing his 2 cents, calling everyone a monster. Okay, got to put him in.
I mean, essentially what it is like I said, it's kind of it's an awareness. It's people like I said, people don't really care about things until it affects them personally, and people never maybe our parents or our relatives or whoever we see the local news, we know it's garbage because it's telling us in our fridge is going to kill us. But we don't really care because it's like, yeah, whatever, the news is garbage. But then it's a hobbyist media that we really care about is lying to us, and we see it's lying to us to the point where it's trying to rebrand us or what have you, and then it flips the light on and they're like, wait a minute, this actually is bad. I know my media's been lying to me, but now I'm directly seeing it's a bad thing. So I think for a lot of people, and I would say even some younger people, it was like a first time the light kind of went off in their head. So there's it's a constant awareness now.
I don't know. I'd have to disagree with you on that one. I think they know that the mainstream press is bullshit. They know it.
Yeah.
And they're sitting there kind of going, what, really? Just a fucking hobby press? You're going to be just as bad there as well? Come on! Have some line in the sand. For crying out loud. Yeah, you want to lie to people, or you go ahead and do it there. But just don't do it in this little corner, for crying out loud. I consider it more on that sort of sentiment. Is that it's become so saturated, so bad that now it's leaking into even these tiny little niches. And I think that was when people kind of are turning around and kind of going, right, I'm done. I'm fucking sick of this. It's bad enough that I have to see it in the mainstream media, but not in my little corner. I'm looking at it in that sort of way. Maybe more the younger audience and stuff like that sort of like have maybe been alerted to it that way. But I don't necessarily think, I think a lot more of the Gamergate circle are a lot older audience. I think they're a little bit more jaded than that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a Pandora's box effect. When it was strong enough that it affected people personally, that now, as Brad was saying, he keeps seeing things where probably there are issues that people who maybe would use the hashtag or care about like related issues to Gamergate, like now there's voices that will complain about it, like visibly, where before there was probably apathy. Where people were just like, whatever, it's garbage. Like, whatever, that's how it is. Or actually, here, I'll use a Gamergate example. I'll use an example that came before Gamergate, and that was, and this is, of course, this is media playing off of itself. It was Xbox, when they were talking about how you had to pay, basically, that one E3 where Microsoft made fools of themselves, and Sony went in and just ridiculed them for it, because they did something that was so anti-consumer in nature that people were like, "Whoa, that's terrible." It's like I want to be able to just borrow a game from a friend. I don't want to have to like rent a game by my connected scene. I'm somewhere else. Yeah, the always on DRM. And Sony then went and capitalized off it. So it's once something has directly affected people, they start to become aware. And what the events around Gamergate were so much in repetition that there's people who they cannot put their blinders back on. They're going to always constantly be looking for it.
Well, I mean that is a good and a bad thing as well. Of course, is that I started off this discussion talking about this too. Is that you have obviously people that think that all the world's ails are because of Gamergate, but there's also people that think that everything is related to Gamergate. It's all Gamergate-ness. We can do it all. And you're sitting there kind of going, and even at the height of it, it was like 50-odd thousand people or whatever like that. And so we can't do everything here, guys. Can we just concentrate on what we can achieve? And there were a lot of people out there kind of going, yeah, we're going to take them all on. We're going to take down the mainstream press.
You mean they thought it was magic? You mean they thought it was a magic bullet?
Say again.
Thought it was a magic bullet.
I
mean, it's like a cure-all.
Yeah.
Thing
is,
like,
I do have to mention something though. The one thing that I would disagree about is there were tons of little cabals all the time. There were tons of little groups, and sometimes those groups agreed on certain things. But I would say that it's always been little cabals. It was never a big group.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm more or less okay with that. I mean, if you're part of Gamergate and you see a certain issue that you want to tackle, it's fine. But what I'm against is going after other groups that don't agree with you on your little agendas. Like, okay, you want to go after SJWs, go ahead. That's your call. Not mine, though. I mean, I don't really care.
Yeah, but not everyone has to do that. Yeah. I've seen that a lot. The whole, like, well, if you're not anti-SJW, you're not part of Gamergate. Or if you're not helping us on this thing, you're not really Gamergate. And it's like, who cares? Why? Why do you care? Like, all you care about is having another warm body to support your cause.
Well, I mean, sometimes, when you're sitting there looking at, say, like a Korean Nazi, who is sort of like sitting there, kind of going, yeah, I actually am, a sexist, misogynistic scumbag, and I've found kindred spirits here, and I do have to walk up to that person and remind them that they haven't.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you remember this. We actually had a guy like that, and me and Trek had to sort of semantically bully him out. It didn't take long. He's kind of going, yeah, I'm not even going to let my child play games anymore. And it's like, okay.
Gosh.
That's child abuse.
Well, they are on the internet. And if an idea is bad and you put it out on the internet, it's either gonna get torn apart or you're gonna retreat to your, sheltered little area where you can maintain your idea like a bonsai tree, just pruning it a little bit here and there.
But yeah, that was a weird one. I mean, I've said it a few times. I think that when you kind of go, what can we agree upon? And pretty much everybody's saying, yeah, games journalism ethics, yeah, we can all agree upon that. And then you've got people who kind of go, well, it's a bit of that and a bit of this and a bit of the other. It's like, yeah, but we can't all agree on that. What can we all agree on? That's all that you can use that hashtag for, really. Otherwise, the moment you do that, you throw it out to everything and everyone, and it becomes nothing. If it becomes everything, it becomes nothing.
What I'm going to say? I'll say this real quick, and then I'll let the guy with. I'm sorry, I haven't learned your name yet. The gentleman with the camera on. You wanted his thing, but you didn't have a chance.
Habib. Yeah, that's Habib.
Hey. Basically, it's like when you go to a party and people want to order pizza, and everyone's like, I want this. It's like, look, we're going to get cheese and we're going to get pepperoni, because we know everyone likes that.
Yeah.
And then maybe there'll be some sausage. Maybe there'll be black olives. It's just yeah.
Can I just say one little thing about what Robin said is what I've always seen, and it's always been in digs that I've myself been involved in, or in things that have been organized, it always takes the initiative of at least one person to do something, to start doing things, and it's always going to be dependent on that one person to carry it forward, right?
Yeah.
Which is why it's so hard for an anonymous person to actually do it. That's why quote unquote PR people are necessary, because journalists want to see a person. So when you look at Airplay, when you look at contacting Koretsky, when you look at many things that happened, it's always been a matter of finding somebody to, like, initiating somebody to do it for the group.
Right.
Well, this takes work. It takes workers.
By the way, you have me here for
Yes,
about 10
everyone
more
has
minutes.
their part.
All right.
Oh yeah, same here.
My last dig was 4 weeks. It's like time just flies by, but you just do it, and eventually you get something.
Yeah.
And I was saying, and I agree with you, Nuck. It's very much the case. It's like, because people didn't want leadership, they didn't want someone who could speak for them. The people broke into little, like, modular groups where they could pursue their own interests, and then sort of combine their efforts like a small little I don't know, like a platoon or something. And then that's how they would use the results, so they could organize without being centralized. Would that be the right word? Yeah.
So it was somewhat anarchic, and although in many cases that can be a very good thing, it can also be it can produce, let's say, counterproductive arguments. You know who we're looking
it's a
at.
double-edged sword. I mean, when it comes to a movement like this, or an event like this, I don't know what to call Gamergate, an event or a movement or whatever. It's always going to, like, develop into these little cliques, whether you have leadership or not, because people, even if they agree on the goal, which is like, yeah, gaming journalism is bad and we need to take it out, or we need to reform it in a way, the means to get there are not agreed upon. And even in the early days of Gamergate, I remember some people going like, yeah, let's just burn it all. And some people go like, no, let's reform it. Some people were into sending emails to their sponsors and their advertisers. Some people were not into that. So it's kind of normal to have different ideas and different opinions and different ways of pursuing a different goal.
Right.
Now it's whether they can coalesce that's more important, of course. For example, if everybody had the same idea, for example, and they were saying, yeah, we can all do this and we can all do that, then you have a coalescence. Then you have actually something that can be done there. Now, if you have two differing ideas, and they say we should do it this way, and another one says this, we should do it this way, and they go, why don't we both do both? And they don't interfere with each other, or they don't actually counteract each other, then cool. But the moment they actually are counterproductive towards themselves, that's when it becomes a problem.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the sad part about it. I mean, yeah, I don't agree with a lot of people from GGR, for example, but I'm not going to go into their streams and disrupt it. I mean, it's your thing. Do it.
If only they were the
Funny
same
you should
way.
bring it up.
I've got about 20 of them on mute now.
That's sort of what
Yeah.
they do. I don't see much done there. That's the thing.
Thing is, I started a brand new channel yesterday and did a stream. Just grabbed a couple of friends and I was like, I'm just going to do a quiet stream. Going to talk about the events that happened and see what goes on. And immediately in the chat, I had a couple of them there. I was like, I'm not. Even...
I've been to streams where I haven't even advertised being a part of them, and they'll show up, and I'm like, what? Have you ever hated someone so much that you follow them around to everything they do online? It's just, I don't get it.
My favorite
understand.
argument from them.
I understand.
My favorite argument is when they say people are using your survey to make arguments that don't make sense, and they're like blaming me for that. I'm like, I don't care.
This is your fault.
Yeah,
your fault.
I've actually seen you have to respond
with that
to
statement, I would have said, "Who am I supposed to blame for your fucking idiocy?" Then.
Yeah, they especially didn't like the where Gamergate identifies on the liberal conservative.
Yeah, or where they voted for president.
Yeah.
Yeah, all I had to do was say, "See, we told you guys we're not right wing," and immediately it's like.
Well, yeah. That's the trick. See, I was saying this in the very early days. Yeah, you had when people were basically labeling us in this fashion, that you were going to get a lot of people who were very concerned citizens, very angry and upset at us for being nasty to women and being these right-wing reactionaries. And I said to everybody, "Don't worry, these are what we call new recruits." Now, you're also going to get another type of people. Actual reactionary idiot morons who don't like women, who think that they have kindred spirits. Watch out for them. And I often think that we've got a certain a bunch out there that are somewhat resentful of being lied to by the mainstream media.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you mute Hitmar? No.
Why would I?
All right. Double checking.
I mean, I was doing a test stream the other day on Twitch. Turns out that my upload speed is not good enough for that, and he was the only one watching me. Why would I mute such a guy?
Why would I mute such a beautiful man?
Yes.
Now it's Habib, right?
Yes.
Oh, was
And,
that?
and
was
you
that-
have anime characters behind you, right?
Yes, I have a bunch of figurines here.
Does that make you Habibu?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Shin does the puns, mate.
You know what?
Gotta clap it up.
No,
I
I
like my
was,
puns.
And I have my little Fallout shrine here.
is that why you ended up doing it as a Google Hangout, your live stream?
Yeah, I did it as a Google Hangout because my upload speed is gonna make it all choppy.
There's got to be a way to stabilize that.
I don't know. I talked to my ISP and they were like, "Yeah, we're gonna upgrade you sometime." I'm like, "Yeah, fine." Yeah, they're gonna
Yeah, you're screwed.
because I'm paying for a 6 megs upload, even though when I'm do a speed test I get 2, maybe 3.
Oh, that's not fair.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they're like, "Yeah, we're not sure what's going on. We're gonna fix it." That was
I'm
Awesome.
less than 2, and I can manage it. You've just got to get
I have-
good scrub.
I have one more question for Brad. What do you expect is going to be the current media's reaction to Airplay 2? Let's
I
just
think
assume that it won't be a bomb threat. It's just going to be the panels, people are going to be talking, and that's going to be it.
My expectation is the media is going to totally ignore it, and you're not going to hear a thing from anyone unless there's a bomb threat or something major like that. You're going to hear almost nothing.
Jaded Brad.
I
I'm-
can see
I'm-
that.
I'm gonna say something, and it's a little bit throwing Aaron under the bus, like he did that one time when he announced I was gonna headline a panel. He had told me that they were inviting press, and that they might have a bar for the press. So
Oh,
maybe
there's
it won't get
drinking.
ignored.
Oh, the
maybe
press
it
will
won't
turn
get
up then.
ignored, Brad. I'm just saying.
That
Just
would
come
be
on down.
That
If
would be
he-
smart, yes.
If he follows through with that and he offers them drinks afterwards, maybe they're gonna be like, sit around, get some drinks.
I might make it down there if you have an open bar.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Only 1,000 or so miles.
Journo bait. Right there. They should,
Yeah,
they should,
but
I have a question for all of you. All of you can just take part of it. But right now, what happened in, let's say, South by Southwest is pretty much, I think, from an outsider, it's a failure of PR. Like what the outsiders, what people who don't really know much about Gamergate would just see us as, we're harassers. We're just a bunch of women haters, and that's because our PR kind of failed. And at this time, at this stage, what can we do to fix it? Or is it even worth fixing?
well, there's the camp, of course, that would just turn around and kind of go, PR, man! Fuck you! We don't need no PR! We're too edgy for that!
If we don't fix the PR, then more incidences like what happened in South by Southwest are going to happen.
I think the issue so much is not with PR, because I do agree with some people's assessment that Gamergate is sort of not dying, but at least dying down, maybe until the next major scandal hits. I don't know. I think what we can do now is continue to have these discussions like Airplay, kind of chilling, but things that are live journalism trying to seek truth to what Gamergate, quote, was. And we sort of look at it in retrospect. And it might be one of those things where it could take some time until, people sort of acknowledge that, yeah, maybe it wasn't the worst thing to happen to women on the internet ever. But I think it's all we can really do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Nicole's nailed it. Really, just when someone says something stupid, they're like, "Oh, they hate women." It's like, yeah, man, that's not. You got it all wrong. Look, here's some proof.
Mm-hmm.
And if they ignore it, then you say, "Oh well, I gave him proof." It's up to
tried.
them. Yeah. Just don't let lies persist. Don't let it be proof by assertion. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to go out of the way and grease any wheels or whatever colloquialism says you're being shifty.
Bribe the Trump campaign so that
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we've all gone and had sort of debates on the internet and whatever like that. We're talking against somebody or whatever like that, yeah. And I've always gone at it in the same way, is that you're not actually appealing to the person that you're arguing against. You're arguing and appealing to the person who is reading the comment that person said.
Yeah, undecided.
Yeah, they're the ones that you're that 1% that's actually contributing to the discussion, but the other 99% are the ones that are sitting there looking at it.
Yeah, and especially when you look at if you guys ever have an argument on Twitter or whatever, if you look at the what is it called? The impressions, the amount of times that someone interacts with your link or the amount of times that it shows up on someone's page, those can get pretty damn big. And it's kind of fascinating to see, maybe this tweet I got that only has 2 retweets and 4 likes or something made hundreds of impressions and 80 people clicked on it. Or even if you start a poll, I've seen polls by people that are, quote, smaller than me in terms of follower count. But if they start a poll that'll get 2 retweets, you'll have 60 people voting. So people are definitely paying attention. They just don't want to say anything.
Well, yeah, it's not even and not really so much in that point. They're just observers.
Mm-hmm.
They're just clicking through stuff, looking at stuff, reading stuff, and things like that. It's not that they're so much, the way that you phrased it was that they're kind of going, no, I don't have an opinion, I don't want to do. But it's more that they're just looking and they're just lurking and they're just listening and just trying to gauge the world around them. And I mean, the more prominent voices in what you were saying about things dying down, I don't necessarily think that they've actually died or anything. I think more than anything else is that there's less idiots there. What's going on is that the sand is being shaken, and the larger chunks are actually rising up to the surface. So the fools that have got bored with us, they're not having any fun with us anymore, because we're not fun for them anymore, and they're moving on to some other arbitrary bullshit that none of us really cared about anyway. That's fine. Go, kids. Go.
Fun, children.
We'll hang in here and tidy up the mess.
I just caught a funny little story. Apparently, in the division, in the chat, the typing chat.
Yeah, the public chat.
SJW is censored.
Yes.
Yes.
Gosh.
Wow. I wonder if you can say fuck.
I would engage in more Twitter discussions / arguments if large sections of Twitter were not on fire. So I'm just not even going to worry about it.
True.
Some people just want to argue. Some people want a discussion. There is a big difference between the two.
And some want to watch the world burn.
I was waiting for that one.
They want to start an argument. They don't want to be part of it. They just want to watch it happen.
Yeah, 140 characters isn't a good place for that. And apparently 140 characters isn't a good place for anything.
No, I'm British, so I'm very good at condescending, so it's just enough.
Okay, with that, guys, I have to take off.
All right.
I will be too. I should probably go back to sleep.
It's been wonderful.
Hey.
But actually,
Later.
it's been
Bye,
a really
guys.
good show.
Thanks for having me on.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Have a
having
good
me.
one.
We'll see
Have a
you
good
soon.
weekend.
Bye.
Knock.
That was a double run.
Yes.
I'm
What's up?
running around in your mind.
No.
Yes. I'm taking all the enchantment books. Deal with it.
So what's been happening with the Action
What
Point
a
stream?
story, Mark.
What have you been up to recently?
I'm sorry. He just broke out the soundboard. Did you hear him?
No.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Well, hi, Mark. Yeah, I keep telling Nuck at one point I'm going to try and do some sort of like podcast or stream with him and an associate of ours and Nuck will be like our sound man, and then we'll have people call in and I'll just be like, Nuck, give me an Illuminati confirmed.
Oh my god. I'm wearing headsets, man. Come on.
Sorry.
Holy
Yeah. It's great. We're a bunch of knuckleheads. Sorry.
Unbearable faggots.
Oh god. See, I apparently do a very good Pac-Man, and I'm really tempted to do it. Should I do it?
Yeah, you do have
Unbearable
a Pac-Man.
faggots.
Unbearable faggots.
Perfect.
Unbearable faggots.
Unbearable faggots. There you go. There's my David Pac-Man impression.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? I love it.
There's times where Knuckle just fired it off, and then he knows that I'll say it every time he does it, and it just confuses everyone. And then one time he's like, "Oh, I thought I pushed it. I thought that was me. I thought I pushed the button."
Yeah, I myself really thought I had pushed the button, but I didn't, and he had said it. It was crazy.
My channel's alright. I am working on a review of Phantom Pain, even though I think probably no one gives a crap because the game's been out for so long.
Yeah, a little late.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's me. I don't like rushing through games. And usually I kind of like to wait and see what everyone says. Because, like, if it's like all the media's like, oh, it's great, 10 out of 10, greatest game ever, Citizen Kane, whatever, then I'm like, well, now I gotta look. I'm pretty sure this is not a 10 out of 10. And in the case of Phantom Pain, the media said it was 10 out of 10. And, smaller folks like, YouTubers who were like, this is terrible, straight dishonor by Kojima, all that jazz. And I'm like, well, now I gotta look at it. And see which one it is. But yeah, I'm trying to experiment with a shorter video format for my reviews. Because really, people don't seem to... I wrote a little article about it, but I think people don't seem to care too much about reviews anymore. What I've noticed is with games media, people more so just want to see the game. They want to see how the game plays. They want to know what they're actually going to get. And I think that's one of the reasons some folks like Let's Plays. Like, younger people on YouTube, like, kids who go on YouTube will enjoy Let's Plays because then it feels like they have a special friend and / babysitter who's going to play a video game in front of them. But some folks like Let's Play because they just want to see what it is that they're about to buy, if it's the kind of game they would like. So I'm just trying to work on a more.
There is another category, by the way. That's the one I'm in with regards to watching Let's Players. There's a guy on YouTube who does his channel title is called Minecraft Done Technical. His name's Etho, and he does creative stuff all the time. It's just really the question is, what is he gonna come up with next? He's built a Tamagotchi in Redstone, and he kind of shows how he does it too. So it's really very interesting. He's very creative. You have no idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, in that case, it
amazing
depends on the
stuff.
game rather than the content creator's format.
Sure, but that's also a thing.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what kind of format do you want to do, like the Phantom Pain review?
Oh,
Right now, it's post-release. It's
just-
way after the release, so is it going to be like a regular review or what?
What
Yeah,
you're
well,
saying about
essentially, it's so
speeding
based-
up, what, making it a very, very quick?
Yeah.
You're talking about like 5-minute video, or
So we'll see. So typically, my reviews when I'd write up the script, end up being like 5, 6, maybe 7 pages long, and that'd probably run about 15 minutes, I guess, 10 or 15. I think the script I wrote was about page and a half, maybe 2 pages, so considerably shorter. And the idea was also I was looking at things like people's bounce rate, like how long they stay with the video before they just they book it. So I was like, maybe I should shoot for something that's more concise with reviews. So I think it's gonna run about 5 minutes. It goes a little longer because at one point I'm showing a clip and I'm letting the clip play, so like the viewer understands the context of what I'm saying, rather than me just talking over the clip. But I think it's gonna run about 5 minutes, and I think that I'm so like for informative videos, I'll still keep my current length. But yeah, in terms of reviews, which I think are probably some of my lower viewed videos, I think it's probably a little foolhardy to make to put as much to production time into it. And that point was actually brought up to me by Chris Reagan, if you guys know who he is.
Yep.
Yeah, I met him at one of the GGNLAs, and he had made that point. He was like, "That's why I don't like doing reviews. It's like because they don't get as many views, so I just do a let's play." And I was like, "Damn, I never realized that." And I went and looked at it. I was like, "Wow, I think he's right." Like I think one of my videos that got a bunch of views, was my Borderlands 2 review, and I sort of figured out the reason there's a couple reasons people who produce content like to do reviews. It's kind of for the same reason people like doing websites like doing top 10 lists or something like that. Because basically it's like, here's my opinion. And people either say this is awesome or you're stupid. Let me tell you why you're stupid. And that's the case with reviews. It's either they think the review is awesome, or it's basically it's like legitimate clickbait. You can put out an opinion and people could hate it, but it's your opinion. You're allowed to have crazy opinions. It doesn't hurt anyone, especially if it's a game. I mean, I prefer to try to make it informative, but and in my Borderlands review, I actually did a bit of an expose. So there was a quote unquote controversial element that was legitimately controversial, not just here's my opinion and you're going to agree or disagree with it.
yeah,
And that's sort of I was analyzing my reviews and reviews I've seen before. I'm like, well, why were they successful and why do people like them? So I'm just
because there was
trying
something to
distill.
bitch about.
Yeah. It's I don't agree with your opinion, man. You're stupid.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. That's why there's some websites that somehow make money, but all they do is like top 10 lists, and it's like, why would people care about a top 10 list? It's like, this means nothing. And it's like, oh, because they go and they bitch at it, or they go and they love it, or some people just go and they're like, I really like that game, but I wouldn't rank it a 4. I'd rank it a 6, and I'd rank number 7 a 2. Where it's like they're not even complaining, but they're just like they're having like a mundane but sort of like just pleasant conversation that doesn't really build anything, but it's enjoyable.
Well, you've got to remember that you're, by comparison to probably, how old are you, Mark?
Oh, I'm 30.
You're 30, yeah. So
yes.
you've been around the block a couple of times now.
You?
Yeah,
I am familiar with the internet.
Yeah, exactly. You're familiar with the internet. You've informed yourself about various things, but there's always some idiot who's just arrived. Someone fresh out the womb. They don't know any better. They don't know who Radiohead is. You know, there's just folk out there that just don't know, and they're just discovering today. Every day, there's a moron out there.
Well, they're just people who haven't been informed yet.
Yeah,
nothing wrong with ignorance.
It's got to happen. It's got to happen at some point, and that was their day. You know, and there's hundreds of thousands, millions being born every day. And I always look at that. You know, you could do the same story every single day, and there's going to be a new person informed about it.
Now, when it comes to gaming coverage that is not a review or a let's play, the kind of one of the few things that who's the editor-in-chief of Kotaku? I forgot his name.
Toshio.
No, the other guy, the other guy who Total Biscuit talked to.
Stephen Totillo.
Yeah, Totillo, yeah. Because I call him Totillo, so maybe that's why. But anyway,
I call him Totillo as well.
Yeah, one of the few things that he said that I kind of agree with is I enjoy post-release coverage of games. Mm-hmm. You know, the reviews and the let's plays, they have their place when it comes to deciding if you want to buy the game or not. But the kind of discussions that we have in, let's say, conventions, like when you go to a convention and you meet other gamers and you go like, hey, I played The Witcher. Mm-hmm. What did you like about The Witcher? What did you not like about The Witcher? And those kind of discussions, those are the ones that interest me. So very few YouTubers now and very few content creators actually tackle that because they're either let's playing the game or, you know, just reviewing it. Very few people just talk about the game like, yeah, this is what I like, this is what I didn't like. Total Biscuit does that every now and then, but his WTF thing is just a first impression. It's just like a review light.
It's an informing rather than an actual review. He will kind of go, these are where the problems lie. This is where it's looking good. He doesn't say, I like this because. He is saying, it's got some problems here. It could really do with having this here. Or something like that. So it's almost as though he's doing a QA of it.
That's a very useful format for me. Like whenever he reviews a game, I find that very informative. Sometimes he even sometimes reviews a game that in that format and he doesn't like it, but from his information, from his input, I just decide like, hey, this is a game that I'm going to enjoy and go and pick it up. Yeah. But when it comes to just discussing games, just like the same way we're discussing games in conventions and with friends, not a lot of people can, like, I don't know how to actually format into a video format and have a talk about it.
A big, or at least a very, very good informative point to come across with. And I did this when I was doing a couple of reviews for Lou Gamer, is to come at it and inform the audience of your position on the genre. So, for example, if you're not a big fan of those sort of games, say, I'm not really much of a fan of these games, so this is going to be a bit of a tricky one for
Robin, you're missing my point. I'm not talking about the reviews. If you want, like, the kind of content that I am talking about is separate. Like, you could review the game, you could be informative about the game, but what about your coverage of the game afterwards? What if you just wanted to?
It would be a podcast of the.
Yeah, it would be nice to have like another person that you'd have your ideas bounced from, and you just like have a discussion about the game. I've been trying to do this as a monologue, and I fail at monologues. I don't do monologues.
Well, I mean, it's because it becomes a discussion where you and the other person, you know, you can just say, I like this, I like this, I like this, I like this. But when you have another person saying, well, I don't like that very much, but I like this. It sort of evolves, and what it does is it'll give your audience a means to sort of get a sense of things. It gives them context. What I've said was, and that's why people are like, oh, reviewers who are just completely wrong about something are terrible, and I'm like, no, I actually don't think. There was a movie reviewer, I can't remember his name, but apparently he's awful, but basically, a reviewer, to me, the value of a reviewer is if I can get a sense of who they are, of what their tastes are, and if, you know, they have the exact opposite, well, then I just know, okay, they hated that game, so I would probably like it.
Yeah.
Or just get it, and what you're saying, what you're talking about, Habib, is if you have two people, your audience, just from listening to that one piece, hearing the two people talk, will sort of get context for what's being said, because it's not just one person, you know, transmitting information. It's being worked on. It's being developed between the two individuals.
Yeah. I
What
guess
would be
the best way to have
what would
it-
be interesting is to have some sort of
I have two
synthesis.
things I've been waiting to say. Number one is regarding the Radiohead thing. There is hope. Do you know Haley Richman?
No,
Please tell me you know Haley Richman, Robin.
don't.
I
So
don't do names.
Oh, okay. You should. I'm gonna link you a thing. It's a Radiohead cover by her. She sings amazing Radiohead cover.
Right.
She like I think her father is pretty rich, and
I believe
she
Radiohead
does
are actually having a concert very soon.
nice. However, regarding what you guys were talking about,
It is the creepy guy, Zeno. That's right. Radiohead is the creepy guy, or at least the guy who sung the song "Creep."
Yeah, he did. He did sing that too. The thing I was gonna mention is I'm a big fan of the long form, retrospective type thing. I like to after I've talked, like I've investigated a game. I like to talk at length about it. Before that, I just want suggestions based on other things that I already like. That's usually how I go about it.
Here's an interesting format idea for you. How about a synthesis review? So what you do is you basically, let's say you actually have two reviewers, and one of them is tasked with finding all that's really, really good about it, and the other one is tasked with hating it really. And then they argue the toss of the game right there in front of people. You want
That would be fun
controversy?
too.
Well, have it right there in front of you.
When I was at UIP, because the site's kind of ran out of steam, we would do a point counterpoint sometimes for reviews, or just like one person would review it, and if someone else felt very strongly the other way, they would then present their review, and it was something we did sometimes, and it worked out really well.
Nice. Well, are you guys following Red Letter Media's video gaming stuff?
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
How do you know that?
I said, how do you know that?
I said, how do you know that? Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's
Unbearable
It
faggots.
Unbearable faggots.
Unbearable faggots.
it just never gets old.
But Red Letter Media.
That one needs that. You need to get that one sorted out. It's too quiet.
It's usually louder when he plays it. But you were saying Red Letter Media. I think they call it like record or
Previously recorded.
Previously recorded. Okay, yeah. Prereq. They call it prereq for short, right?
Yeah, that's the name.
Right. Okay.
But it's yeah.
Right. Okay.
And they do a let's play type thing where they play the game live, and then they do episodes in between where they sit they even sit opposite to one another. Sometimes they fully agree, sometimes they disagree, sometimes they agree on some and disagree on others. They sometimes are actually disagree completely on certain things. Like, it's pretty funny. I like the format a lot. I like both of them, and I can appreciate their opinions. They did do a pretty, in my opinion, a pretty bad job when they did their review of the Steam VR. No, sorry, not the VR, the gamepad. I felt that they should have investigated more than just FPS, because the whole idea is you can play mouse and you can use keyboard and mouse with the thing, and you can play Civilization and other games. Then they just did FPS, so I was a bit disappointed about that. But generally speaking, I like the format a lot.
Yeah,
It does what you guys were talking about.
It seems like whenever I've watched them, I usually stop watching after a few minutes because they don't seem very well informed about games. Like it seems like they all the dudes there know movies. You know what I'm saying? Like they've studied film. But I feel
disagree.
like okay. Well, I don't know. I mean,
one
that's
of them. One of them. The other one, I agree with. I'm not good with names. One of them actually mentioned in an episode that he only started playing adventure games very late, so he's definitely new to it. But I for the life of me can't remember the name right now. It's on the tip of my tongue.
Michael seems to
the
think
guy
that
who says,
Mike
"Oh
is.
my god."
Michael Meir says Mike is good. Everything else is just meh.
Well, I do appreciate his opinion because he obviously does speak from long experience with video games. Like he does know his shit on many things.
Okay, here's a question then. Here's a mind teaser. Just because someone is new to video games, does that make their opinion on a game that they played? Let's just say that person just played one game. Does that make their opinion less valid?
Yes.
Why?
Less informed.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
played that one game, they enjoyed it, they finished it 100%, and they have an opinion on it. Does that make it invalid?
So, no. So here's the value of their opinion. Their opinion will be valuable to people who have a similar situation to them. Like they've not played games before. Where if it's someone who really strongly understands games, they'll be able to present various shades of it. Because now it's like if you understand how to make something like really well, you could explain even on a technical basis. Or so let's say you know how to put together your computer.
Mhm.
Like to another person who knows, who understands all the jargon, you can just spout the language, the buzzword, the technical words, and they would get you. But if you were trying to show someone who didn't really understand it, you could then use simpler words like, "Oh, this sticker right here, this wafer-looking thing is your RAM." Like you would say something like that. So basically, what it is it becomes a toolbox for the reviewer. The more informed they are, the better they are. The easier time they're going to have to communicate these ideas to a variety of people.
I could put it in a slightly different allegory. Imagine somebody who has chopped their first lemon. They may not have learnt the lessons of basically they may have held said lemon in the wrong way, but they didn't cut their fingers. They were just lucky. They just didn't.
Okay, I understand that, but if you remember Shinmo, Yu Suzuki is not a gamer per se. He created one of the greatest games ever, but he doesn't play any games that he didn't create.
Doesn't mean that just because you're not a gamer doesn't mean you can't be a creator.
Yeah, so is his opinion on games? Let's say he plays another game tomorrow. Right? Let's say he played Castlevania, and he gave us his opinion on it. Does that make it less valid or more valid? Because again,
does a rare exception make a rule?
No, I'm not saying it's a rule. It could be that their opinion is valid or invalid, but is it by a rule that it's invalid? Is it by a rule that it's valid?
Well, for example,
the question is,
there's
do you
like
want their
RTS games out there
experience
with very standardized. Well, I was about to say there's like RTS games out there with a certain standardized way of actually dealing with things, and there's also games out there that actually have a heritage and an understanding that the players have. They have certain introductions to new players and things like that, but generally they have to obviously apply to their base. For somebody coming fresh and new into a particular game type, for example, they may get a little bit overwhelmed. And
the thing is, I think what you're gonna get for the most part is feelings, right? Because somebody who can't compare things to different systems and say, look, this game is kind of like that, but what they did is they upgraded this, and because they changed this rule slightly like that, you have this completely new game mechanic to, play with. That's something that only somebody with lots of experience in a certain field can do. That's why I love watching somebody like Lazy Game Reviews, who does a freaking
I'm playing devil advocate here, by the way. I do appreciate the opinion of people who are a little bit more seasoned in gaming. I've been gaming ever since I was pretty young, and it's more than 30 years now. But on the other hand, I'm kind of thinking like maybe to have a fresh perspective of someone who is not as informed as we are is kind of beneficial in the long run.
If anything, it would be more advantageous to have somebody who can at least try to put themselves in the shoes of somebody who's not particularly informed. To not be informed, it does not necessarily mean that you can help another equally
Well-
uninformed person. You're not
Well,
actually
here's the thing.
helping. You're just
I
doubling the
kind of
problem.
disagree with calling it uninformed because in my example, I said that this guy played, let's say, Skyrim. He played like 600 hours of Skyrim, never played an RPG in his life, and he's just dissecting the game and reviewing it now. Only played Skyrim for 600 hours.
Well,
So
that's somebody who's informed about Skyrim.
Yeah, but only Skyrim.
Yes, only Skyrim, but they've still got some experience there. And that's 600 hours,
exactly
dude.
what I'm saying.
That's 600 hours, dude. That's more than some people spend playing like 10, 15 games.
So I think the short answer would be not is their opinion invalid, but think of it more not rather than thinking of it as binary, think of it as like a spectrum. And it's like potential for value of the opinion. So like I said, if a person's new, it's not going to be much value to someone who wants all the technical nitty-gritty because the reviewer doesn't have that information within their toolbox of reviewing toolbox. Where if it's someone who is understands the technical game design and all that, they can communicate at different levels for different audiences. So it's not invalid, but it's like the difference of a good knife to a Swiss Army knife. You need to cut something, they'll both get it done. But the Swiss Army knife will probably give you more functionality.
Yeah, okay.
I would just think that some you do have to have you've more chance of putting yourself in the shoes of somebody who doesn't know a damn thing about a game, definitely, if you are ill-informed yourself or uninformed about the game yourself. However, you can't necessarily translate your feelings towards that game well, if you see what I mean. It's more along the lines of, well, I can help you here. Can't necessarily be as helpful if you don't know what you're doing. Because you don't necessarily get to show people the pitfalls.
I mean, and then you even said, Robin, you'd reviewed games that were not your favorite genre.
Yeah, and if
so
but I do have experience in games.
Yeah. So that's how you approached it.
Yeah, and I was saying to them, this is going to be a bit of a leap into the unknown for me. I don't really do mobile games much, but I've at least played them. I mean, I used to do a little bit of game testing for mobile games. Let me just spit on the floor a second. But I couldn't tell. I tried to be as informative as possible and try and keep my opinion to myself on it, really, and try and just see the good, see the bad. I mean, especially with mobile reviews. I mean, they're so lightweight most of the time. It's very difficult to get incredibly comprehensive as it is,
Yeah, next month is going to be Comic-Con, and I'm going to meet a lot of indie developers from the region. We have an influx of people who are in their early 20s, just graduating college and trying to get into the dev market. They're developing mobile games, Unity games, or whatever. And from the time that I worked with Game Recon, I became a little bit more organized over there. So they just rushed with their iPads. They're like, "Can you test our game, please?" And the more I talk to them, the more I realize that, we have a new generation of people that cannot really relate to all the criticism and all the nuance in games that I am presenting.
Right. And do you know why that is? The media has been such a great disservice. Like I've said, they want to sell an idea of what a gamer is, or in the case of recent events, they want to kill it. So it's been to their benefit, the media's benefit, to try and discourage and knowledge it, which is why people
an uninformed audience and it ends up making stupid decisions.
Right. So I guess that I would agree with that language, uninformed. So
misinformed,
one of the greatest,
even worse decisions.
One of the greatest issues is just like I said, just if people communicate ideas. You can't. It's really hard to get rid of knowledge once someone understands something. Once they think something, it's hard to get rid of a thought in someone's head. the media has just been actively trying to go against or change the meaning of things. Well, I mean, look at the case of female developers or women who want to go into games. They think the industry hates them. When there's been talented female individuals in the industry who were like, this is bad because I had supportive experiences in the industry, and
those voices were the marginalized ones. Those are the voices. Women turning up in the gaming world, and everyone's like surprised that they're there. And it's like, why would you think that?
Yeah, even though the first person who puts an AI in a game was a woman.
Yeah, it's
imagine that. The first AI in a game, a woman. Carol Shaw. I'm gonna keep killing her, by the way.
No, it's good information. So it's just a matter of it's the media. It's just really.
No, I think just like there's a new generation that cannot really relate to the classic games that we grew up with. We're in our 30s.
Right, yeah.
And like, I was looking at a first-person shooter that this guy was developing on it was a Unity engine kind of thing, and it was kind of doomish in a way. A lot of demons. It's like you're in hell somewhere, and pretty much you're like stuck in the ninth circle of hell trying to escape. I'm like, yeah, cool, okay, let's play it a little bit. And the first thing I noticed that you can only carry 2 weapons. I'm like, why did you decide to have it only 2 weapons? And he's like, I don't know. I mean, it's the way it's always been. I'm like, no, it's not.
Wait, what about the weapons? What do they do?
Like, you can carry around only 2 weapons and switch between them. And I was like, okay, you have some interesting weapons here. You have plasma rifles, you've got like grenade launchers and all that. Like, I would like to carry more than just 2. And he's like, but it's always been like this. I'm like, no. That's not the case.
When was it even like that at all? There's not like
recent games.
I know there's sort of like the inventory backpack, but that's not been the case in. I wouldn't say it's always been the case. There's been a few mainstream games that do that, but once again, we're back to a lack of experience here, isn't it?
Yeah. It's kind of hard to, put myself in their shoes, to be honest. Like, I try, but sometimes, like, when they refer to the PlayStation 2 as retro gaming, and I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's not retro gaming. I still have a backlog of games on my PS2.
You're not a very good relativist. That's the problem.
For me, retro is like NES and before the NES. Like, the NES is the end of retro. Even Super Nintendo is not that retro.
No, I can see PlayStation 2 being retro.
I don't know, man. I mean, it still feels like yesterday to me.
I was gonna say, I think it has more to do with not noticing how fast time flies.
Maybe I'm just getting old. I don't know.
Yeah, you're getting old. There's no maybe. I can confirm your suspicions. You're getting old.
God damn, man.
Don't ever watch those images.
Was that too harsh? Should I have buttered you up first?
No, I mean, I don't know if you can pick it up on cam, but yeah, most of my beard is like gray hair.
Has it been 20 years since Lord of the Rings?
It's been a while, yes.
As far as sort of like the retro gaming circuit is concerned and things like that, I think that's actually sort of evolved out in a weird way. I mean, I've got a mate who's sort of like making a sort of like a 8-bit version of a sort of like a pirate side-scrolling game. He wants me to make some tunes for it, so I've got and he wants me to like dig out a sort of like a NES emulation software. So it's he would like it that he could actually play it just like it was on a NES. So right down to the nitty gritty. So brand new game could run on a NES. That sort of level. And I think that time's sort of past now. Retro gaming for me now is actually using the old concepts but with new graphics.
Yeah, and
So what would you
I
say,
see how-
Shovel Knight?
yeah, Shovel Knight. I enjoyed Shovel Knight.
So what would
kinda
you say is
s-
Shovel Knight then?
Well, that's what I mean. I would consider it in that sort of vein of using the restrict, putting in false restrictions.
Yeah, it's like a lot of people are trying to make retro-looking games, yet they don't really adhere to the restrictions. Like they would have.
I'm cool with that.
uncompressed
I'm
sound bites
okay with
and-
that though. That's fine by me. I think that's a much
Okay.
better way to go about it.
Then what do you mean by? Okay, what's your point then?
Well, what I mean is the retro thing. I mean, playing the older games and things like that. That's great and everything like that. But that's been a while. Retro's got old.
Well, it kind of did, yes.
Yeah. So this is the sort of like I suppose the natural successor to that is that people still want to play sort of like the retro games, but they want to play it so that it sort of is a bit more up to date.
I don't know, like some games aged gracefully, some of them didn't, and some of the remakes that I've seen of games that are supposed like,
Lots of
the-
remasterings coming about, that sort of thing. So that that's running on that wave.
I don't really enjoy a lot of the remakes though. Most of them I would just go, I don't know, maybe I'm a purist like that. I would play them a little bit and I'm just like, I still have the original. I'm just gonna plug my old console and play it.
Is that but is that down to the fact that they maybe could have done the remastering better?
Like I said, maybe it's just me being a purist because I find it a little bit difficult to associate my childhood memories and my nostalgia with the remake and the remaster. I'm like, yeah, this is just different.
Well,
it looks different. It sounds different.
I got Homeworld a few months back, or whatever like that. Glorious reimagining of it. It's pretty much the same game. It's even styled very, very similarly. They've stayed very much to the original, but it just looks so
I
much
gotta
better.
hand it to them. Yeah, they did such a fantastic job on this. They the best thing in my opinion about the thing they did was in the original two games, or rather in the first game, your commander is your mothership. Sorry, is voiced by someone else than in the second game, and the voice actress is really good. And she like you care a lot about her because she is your mothership as well. So she takes on this role of very important. It's the most important thing. Like this is all of humanity in this ship. So in the second one they had a different one because she was pregnant.
The voiceover is also emotional but emotionless at the same time.
Yeah, it's really well done. And so people were upset when the second game didn't have the original voice actress. What they did in this one was that they actually re-recorded the second game with the new voice actress. You could still play the original though. Like they actually even fucking gave you the first two games free of charge.
Yeah,
and added
you couldn't
multiplayer.
play them. You can't play
Like,
the originals
it's
on.
so
Yeah,
amazing.
you can't play the originals on the old on the new operating systems. It was a disaster. I was so upset.
You can't?
No,
I was able
no, it would load, but it wouldn't run correctly. It just run to
Really?
dump. Yeah, it just dumped out completely. I think Windows 7 killed it completely.
Wow.
Yeah, it
no,
was just
I'm pretty sure I played it though.
The older version it was just a very old version of DirectX, mate. Just didn't work out. I think it was more to do with like resolutions and whatnot. But yeah,
Are you sure about
yeah,
that?
it just
Weird.
didn't work out.
Did you check the PC gaming wiki?
Yeah, you might find a launcher somewhere that could run.
I don't care anymore.
I
mean, I don't care
definitely
now.
sure
I
that-
mean, I'm a happy bunny now. I've got the whole lot, so I'm in hog's heaven. Who cares?
Oh
Yeah.
wait, then I think I misunderstood you. Does it work on Steam now? Can you play the originals now?
Well, of course. Now that the remastering's come out, yeah. Because I've got the
Okay,
remastered
okay.
version.
Sorry, I
So yeah, but what I'm saying is the old
I
ones.
thought-
Yeah, the old one died.
Yeah, but
Original
can you
Homeworld
play
couldn't run
the
it.
old one on the Steam now?
I don't know. Like I said,
okay.
you know,
Okay, that was what I was.
Well, it's 10 past noon for me, and I haven't slept yet, so I think I'm gonna go.
All right, man.
See you, Mark.
Have a good one.
thanks for turning up, mate. He really is going to bed. It's like
Yeah, I guess he was falling
that
asleep.
yawn just hit him, and he's like, yeah, I'm off. Right, smack.
I'm done.
He's, like, he's now on the pillow, snoring. Well, I think it's been quite a good show. Stellar guests.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Actually, some good guests for a change.
Well, I thought it's nice to actually have a GG subject for once that I wanted to cover, rather than the same old. Oh, look what the SJWs have done again. I just don't really like to concentrate too much on that, to be frank. Worth it.
Me neither. It's not my thing. It's even in in my little stream yesterday, I wasn't really talking about anything about GG. I've just talked about random shit. And it's so divisive when you look at it from that lens. Like, okay, there is GW. There's anything that can be said about them that's bad. It's justifiable. Like what's happening with Jim Sterling, for example. He's getting sued by Digital Homicide for. What are they suing him for? Defamation, just because he looked at their shitty games.
Yeah, I looked at their press release on this, sort of like.
Oh yeah.
And my God, talk about. And they're basically kind of going, we wouldn't give a shit if it was just some nobody saying all these nasty things, but because this person has some sway, we're going to do it. It's like, dude, you really don't quite get it. So they're going to make themselves look very. If they are seriously on that ticket of saying that, of basically kind of going, well, he's like like a crowd of people walking over us rather than just some person bumping into us. It's like, you fucking babies, you're just making yourself look like even bigger idiots at this point.
Oh, and they're pulling the harassment card too.
And they're going with that as well.
Yep. And the thing is, from a lot of the comments that I've seen online and on Twitter and all over the place, a lot of people are saying, he's an SJW, so he deserves it. And I'm like, I have my standards.
What?
Now, if that happened to someone that is not an SJW,
he's a man, he deserves it. You might as well just respond back with that. Well, he's a man, he deserves it, of course. He's
a white man.
He's a cis white male, yeah. Well, he's all he's coming. And this is the same mentality, mate. It's just the same mentality from a different point of view. That's all.
I mean, as much as I disagree with him on a lot of things, but when it comes to Jim Sterling, with his content, at least he is consistent. Yeah. This is what he believes in. This is his ideology, and this is the kind of games that he plays. And he's consistent with that. Yeah, that makes him helpful for me.
I didn't think I needed to clarify this to people in those sort of circles and stuff like that. Yeah, but you're complaining about people's behavior, not the ideology that leads it. That's what you need. That's what is upsetting you. Oh, but they're SJWs. That makes them unethical. No, them being unethical. That's the bit. The moment you start doing but they've got this ideology, you're a fucking idiot. So you're going to behave just like them to spite them. Now you are them, you twat. It just winds me up. It winds me up that, I'm gonna be exactly what I hate. Brilliant.
It's weird as
That'll fucking teach him.
And also, it's kind of weird when you see people from the other camp going just romanticizing the victim role and being a professional victim. While when Monday Matt a couple of days ago got swatted, and he got interviewed in the news, and the first thing he said was "I am not a victim. I don't want to be viewed as a victim," even though he was an actual victim.
Now, I'll say this, and Matt, if you're listening, I don't necessarily appreciate some of the conduct that you've had, but and you know what I'm talking about. But however, judging from this, I applaud your reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I only talked to the guy
first.
once.
I said something nice about Matt.
I talked to him only once. It was on Johnny Fox's stream, and I think we disagreed on the first minute he jumped in. I kind of disagreed on everything, but yeah, I'm gonna enjoy the guy's content, to be honest. He can go on and on like he panders his points.
Look, I'd said something.
Opinions for too long.
I said something nice, and now you're going to have to make me say something not so nice.
Go ahead if you want to.
No,
I mean, I just said my opinion about it.
Sometimes when I was looking at Matt, a lot of the time it's like, oh, look what's happened on Twitter today. You know, oh, I've always loved this particular genre that I'm going to talk about for the next half an hour and never talk about it again. You know, that sort of thing. But I know he's a hungry guy, and he pushed that. I mean, I knew about Monday Matt before the whole GG thing kicked in. Anyway, I actually did enjoy some of his stuff.
Yeah, I don't click on all his videos. Like most of his videos, you can tell exactly what's going to happen by just reading the title.
Yeah.
And it's a nice way to keep informed. If you don't want to keep refreshing Twitter, whenever he pops up on my YouTube stream, I'm like, oh, so that thing happened. If I wanted to hear his opinion, I'd click. If I don't, I just keep on scrolling.
Thanks for keeping it short to the title. But no, yeah. Like I said, I'm reasonably informed myself, so when I'm looking at that, I'm kind of going, yeah, thanks for telling me something I already know.
Yeah, when it comes to stuff that I'm already informed of, I'm like, fuck it. But yeah, sometimes you get a little bit busy, you don't really follow Twitter. It happens to all of us. He's kind of useful that way.
And has suffered from sort of oversaturating himself.
Actually, I learned about GG from Monday Matt. Because if you remember, like the whole thing kind of exploded when he got DMCA'd. And that's when a lot of people started talking about like, yeah, false DMCAs are just bad thing. And there was Subtle Biscuit's take on it. He's like, yeah, if the DMCA was legit, then maybe something was bad. But if it wasn't legit, it was malicious in its intent, then that's a bad thing. And I was like, what is he talking about? Who got DMCA'd? And I started digging, and I'm like, well, there you go. It's Monday Matt.
Yeah, this was... I mean, I could see this was blowing up. This was gonna blow up, I feel. Between sort of like... I suppose... the feminist, anti-feminist lot. There was some sort of... You're right there, Nat. There was some sort of thing that needed to flare up. You know, there was obviously the business that happened with sort of Rebecca Watson and all that sort of thing, but there was no real severe shots fired.
Mm-hmm.
I always felt that there was this sort of clash going on in geek worlds when it comes to feminists and anti-feminists and whatnot. And you know, a lot of people have kind of gone, yeah, GG's a lot to do with the whole feminist thing that's incepted. And I'm a 50-50 on this. I just think it was a flare point for that, yes. But there was more to it than just that. Because if it was just that, I don't think most of us would have been really that interested. If it really was just that, if Gaming Press was fine and dandy, but there was just too many social justice warriors in it, I don't think that would have been enough for most of us.
Yeah, I mean, what drew a lot of people in was that meme. Actually, it's about ethics and journalism. And people really, followed that. They're like, yeah, actually it is.
I remember bringing that point up and people kind of going, that was the meme that they were using to take the piss out of us. And it's kind of going, no, that was the meme they were using to take the piss out of you.
Yeah, every time I saw that meme at the time, I was just like, yeah, it actually is. Thank you for proving my point.
This is why I was always talking about the sort of the counterproductive business. Because when you've got people kind of go, oh yeah, so you're so for games journalism that all you do is talk about feminism all day. You know? And it's like, I can agree with both terms. I can say, yeah, feminism, you've gone too far. And I can also say, yeah, games journalism's a fucking mess. I can say that. And I can separate the two. That's the difference.
There is also a part, like for me at least, in the journalism generally aspect of this, because you have bad reporting when it comes to science, as well as when it comes to video games, and I do think
yeah, mate. I mean,
the issue
climatology.
part is
Oh,
related.
fucking
Yeah.
mess. Absolute. Well, I mean, the thing with that is if you've got ginormous vested interests when it comes to that sort of thing. I mean,
But the issue at heart is the same one. What you have is the original press,
not
printing
quite the
press,
same.
having problems, struggling to keep up with the times, and at the same time you have these outlets on the internet taken off like crazy.
This isn't. I don't think this is quite the same. Because for example, sort of like and maybe I'm wrong, but I feel as if the anti-social justice warrior side actually pushed the gaming world to actually double down on it. To be honest with you, I think
Sure.
it actually encouraged them to push that angle, because it's either
For
that
sure.
or they'll be talking about ethical journalism. It was one or the other. Which one would they have preferred? Oh, you don't like women. Oh, you don't like social justice. That was what they would have preferred, rather than, oh, you don't like the fact that we're looking after our mates. Which would you prefer to discuss?
It's what they call the straw man.
Yeah.
I think no, it's a bait and switch. Yeah.
So it was.
It's a bait and switch.
I always felt that they could see that there was all of that going on anyway, and it's an easy thing to hide behind, because then you kind of go, no, you don't like us because we're. It's not that you don't like us because we're unethical. No, it's because you don't like us because we're trying to change the world and make it better. You're just against our ideology. You're just right-wing reactionaries.
Definitely. One thing I was going to say earlier when you guys were talking about GGR is the problem I see is several fold, I guess, because there is one aspect, just trolls who are in it for the lols. But then there is the people who actually do have gripes, but who seem to be utterly autistic to either agree that what they perceive to be horrible injustices aren't as bad as they think they are. And what I also think is a big part in that is this identity politics of, I disagree about something you deem to be part of GG, or a question that you believe GG has an answer to, and you take that personally and feel like I'm attacking you. Like, this is exactly where it boils down to. And so the attack is deflected from yourself, and instead you talk about, well, GG is about. Totally not me. No, it's this thing that you need to oblige to as well, because this is the definition of it, right?
Well, I don't know if you remember, I sort of jumped away completely from, I closed down the open house for this. I just jumped out of GG completely, and I just left it for a few months. I was really pissed off.
Yeah,
and
I can see why.
I came back just to discover that basically, I just popped onto a gamergate stream just to have a chat with people, and all they were talking about is fucking feminism and MGTOW, and I'm sitting there kind of going, what the fuck has this got to do with games?
It's not only that, like they would just the group that I was in, they were just going after people, like individuals, and the whole goal is like, we disagree with that person, let's take them down, and pretty much let's just take them down. And I'm like, why can't we just talk to them? A lot of issues that some people just said something that I disagree with, that's something that I find outrageous, but are they not open for discussion? Are we just going to attack them? That's not the way you solve things,
Well, I think for some of them, you see, they just think they're in the culture war that they were after. I mean, it gives their lives meaning.
I mean, let's be honest though. There is a culture war that is ongoing, and GG covers the interaction of that, or in to some degree the interaction of that with video games. You have like when you have big scientists, Jonathan Haidt and
I'll be
Steven
back in a
Pinker
second.
openly talking about the what's it called, the Church of Social Justice. That's what he called it in a stream with Sam Harris. And it's so like there is definitely a broad conversation that is ongoing with regards to what is acceptable, what isn't, and PC culture and social justice ideologies, and all of these also seep into the discussion about video games. And right now,
but I would say the thing is, like, you know, when people were talking about Anita Sarkeesian and stuff like that, and I in those early days of GG, everyone was kind of goes, she's nothing to do with this. I remember everyone agreeing that too. And
she does have a lot to do with it, actually. Like when you look at
that's the thing. The only thing that she has to do with it is that she kept on insisting that it was to do with her.
Yeah, I agree. I guess to some degree.
And this is the point. This is the point that I was trying to come across with, is that all this is very convenient ways to disguise nepotism.
Definitely.
It's like, you know, oh yes, I'm looking after him because he's a good Christian man. You know, I'm looking after this person because they have the same religion as me, or whatever like that. And this is it's still fucking nepotism.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with your religion, mate. That you're basically, you know, cheating your tax returns or whatever like that. It's to do with you being a douchebag. It's to do with your behaviour. It's not to do with your ideology. And people sit there complaining about the behaviour and then associating it with the ideology. And it's not the ideology that makes one corrupt. Half the time, it's the corruption that means that you end up joining these fucking groups in order to hide your corruption. It's a joke. It's like people just forget. It's like I suppose probably the better way to describe it is mistaking the effect for the cause. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I kind of see where you're coming from with this. I don't know. Like, the thing is that when people are trying to look at Gamergate as a collective, I think that's where they lose the point. Yes, there are people within Gamergate that are after SGWs. Yes, there are people in Gamergate that are after ethical journalism and whatnot. But it's not a collective in any way, shape, or form. So when you start blaming Gamergate for whatever, then you're pretty much blaming collective. It's almost like saying, yeah, a black person broke into my home, so that makes all black people bad.
Well, for me, I sort of get annoyed with it from both ends of this. Of course, you know, one of the reasons why I did the why Chan culture poisons everything, because I wanted to just point this across to them and just kind of go, you're going to be blamed collectively anyway. And here's the thing: when I was doing that, and they were saying, yeah, but it wasn't me. Yeah, but it wasn't me. And it's like, right, so now, first of all, you're anonymous, and now you're an individual. The moment blame comes your way, you're the individual. But the moment credit comes your way, you're the collectivist. So it's a picking and choosing of collectivism. People would say, oh, Chan culture did this for me, Chan culture did that, did this good thing, or did this good thing. And I'm part of that culture. But when somebody turns around and kind of goes, oh yeah, but you know, Chan culture did this, well, yeah, but that wasn't me, that was just some individual. It's like this, you know, there's no consistency there. And I was trying to sort of point out is that the same thing is happening when it comes to social justice advocates. Somebody who really is doing it for the right reasons, doing all those sort of things for the right reasons, and they're not utilising it as a means to get themselves ahead. You're undermining them, and you're actually making them an enemy. And you're not helping the matter at all. It's bad PR, let's say. But again, of course, I was talking to a lot of people and highlighting a lot of people who don't give a fuck about that at all.
Yeah.
And I knew I was never going to convince them, but I could at least show their faces to the world. They didn't like that.
Yeah, it seems like you annoyed a few people.
Well, I've had people annoyed at me before.
Yeah, it's nothing new to me either.
I can survive it.
It's because you're such a shill.
Oh, mate, when they get angry, you know, I just can't abide by. There is no stream of Safe Point up yet. No, I don't think. Not yet. I think it's coming. I think somebody is editing something that's being pre-recorded.
Yeah, I think I've seen 2 videos pop up.
Oh, so there are actually some videos out there now, yeah? Or are you lying to us?
I haven't checked. No. I actually haven't checked the links. I saw somebody post 2 links. And I think the context said that it was videos from SafePoint.
We shall have to see.
Once the actual video, like the whole editor thing is out, I'm gonna watch it, and then I don't know. Like right now, I just know that it's a bunch of people talking about Gamergate related stuff or just gaming related stuff. People that I might agree with or might not agree with, I don't know.
Well, I'll probably I mean, to be honest with you, we've also got obviously Airplay2 coming up very soon as well. So I'm hoping to dedicate a lot more open house streams to this particular thing. So what I'll probably do is, of course, it would have been nice to have had a video up and maybe have seen it and maybe got some commentary out for it today. But maybe, once this obviously comes out over the weekend, we'll have a good old chinwag about it ourselves, come up with some reasonable points and points of discussion about it, and I'll do a stream for next week.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Apparently Gamergate is also censored in The Division.
Yeah, okay.
Want to see the video?
Well,
so you can't really say the name Gamergate.
I've got
The Division.
You cannot type Gamergate in the chat.
I have a friend. I have a friend who is actually going to gift me The Division very soon. And I'd like to say again, thanks, Colin. You're an angel. And if I could suck your dick, I would. So when that happens, I'll be able to have a look into that myself.
Yeah, well, here's 2 videos of somebody doing it. It's pretty amazing. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is it so essential to type in Gamergate in the chat there? Just say it. I mean, just get a mic. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah,
sure.
Most
it's
people
so
do.
Weird.
Most people are talking on the chat for that sort of thing because it's sort of part and parcel of it. Yeah.
It's much easier anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, you know what? Yeah, guys, I think we're gonna call this a night. I think it's been a really good show. Don't want to leave it to linger too long, really. That way, everyone sort of can have it in a good, sharp, short shock. Well, it's not too bloody short. I mean, come on. What are we at? Like, 1933? So 4.5 hours.
Yeah, we've been here for a while.
Yeah. I think we've had a fair enough stay. So
2 days in a row streaming. So yeah, I could call tonight.
Yeah. Saturday format, does that sound good to everybody? Because I'm wondering about this. I mean, I do Fridays, but sometimes we just don't get everyone showing up because people are at work, other things like that. So I'm in 2 minds about moving it to Saturday. I will leave those questions open to all. So, hi Bakura, just got here. Is it possible one day to get Dave Lee on from the BBC on the open house? He did an AMA on KIA and he evaded all the questions on ethics. Bakura, if you want to reach out to Dave Lee and maybe if you can at least maintain a conversation with him for 5 seconds. What are you booing for, Hitmar? You got 4.5 hours. How much do you want? Saturday is good for me. Well, there you go, Hitmark. You got a 50-50 here. It's not as long as normal, which is obviously extraordinarily long, which is almost off-putting to half of my audience. But at least Saturdays. So right, I've got one vote for Saturday from Hitmar. Any of you are sort of sitting there kind of going, no, I want my Friday mornings, then let me know in the little link that I'm going to do. Oh, no, not that one, not the up arrow. Where's my down arrow? Where did my down arrow go? You know who to talk to. There you go, at RSOLGTP. Do your thing. Do the Twitter thing. If you can't do the Twitter thing, you've also got the Reddit there as well, so you can pop your suggestions in there. You should really have a look at the Reddit one, guys, because nobody fucking turns up there. So it would be nice to actually have some conversations in there.
I don't use Reddit, though.
Yeah, I know nobody uses Reddit, but apparently everyone uses Reddit. So, what are you going to do? Never mind then, not on social media. What are you saying, that Dave Lee is not on social media? Have I got to, phone the guy? Have I got to email him? Just as you show up. Aerith, for crying out loud, get up earlier in the morning. You're in England, for crying out loud. It's like 1933 on the 24-hour clock, which I believe means 7:30 to you and me.
Did you just call Aerith Aerith?
Etherin, whatever.
Okay.
Anyway. They said they would stop the stream if you watch.
Unbearable faggots.
Thank you. If I, the regular guest, be able to outvote the audience? I don't know. This is how it works, okay? You guys give me a load of suggestions, and then I ignore those suggestions and make up my own mind. Something along that.
Works for me.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it works. So I'm giving you the fiction that you actually have any say here. Okay. So yeah, it's been wonderful, guys. Thank you all to my guests that have been turning up. Thanks to all the guys in the side chat that have been turning up as well. It's been great, and we'll see you next week, probably Saturday. Alrighty. Cheery, bye.
Bye-bye.